Hello, 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 hello. As you guys can see, in Florida, they're literally ripping out the rainbow brick roads. The rainbow brick roads. They're ripping out the rainbow brick roads in Florida. How are we all doing tonight? Sorry about the minor delay in getting started tonight. Oh, crap. My grandson decided to wake up at 10 to 10 and come running out looking for peepaw, so I had to get him back into bed and hopefully but yeah, see, this is what we're doing in Florida. We're done with all this pride and this bullshit woke stuff. We're literally ripping out the literally ripping out the rainbow brick roads. So how are we all doing tonight? So I'm doing good. Had a nice long sleep last night. Got a lot of, I shaved today, so you can see, wearing my nice shirt here, my matching hat. This is a different shirt. The other one is gold. This one is, well, the other one's like a gold yellow. This one's more like a bronze. It's just a different color and it matches this better. But anyway, let's see who's here tonight. We have, of course, Trumpinator was here first. He said, "What's up?" And I said, "Hello, Trumpinator." And then Steve Hilliard was here. "Hello, Steve." Low Watermark. "What's up, Mark?" "I am Bob. How you doing?" Renee Collins. "How you doing?" Sadie. Catherine K. Patrick 7. "What's up?" Sharon Tyler. "Hello." Ank. Orthodoxy Mom. Philip Coggins. I did say Patrick 7's right. And Low Watermark. I did, right? Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah. And Ank. And who else? I didn't miss anybody here. Oh, Gilly. How you doing? Nice to see you. And Sanglat. How you doing? Critter Sitter. Digital Sounds of the Soundware Digital Saints of the Soundware Underground. That sounds like a cool name, man. That's an awesome name, actually. I like that. Rip out that rainbow, or the reading rainbow. Yes. So, everybody, as you can see, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's been great. We hit 1,400 subs the other night. We hit 1,401 actually, but then it dropped down to 1,400. So, oh, there we go. Breck Nichols. Is it Breck Nichols or Breck Nichols? MC Bernhard, how you doing? I say everyone's name when I see them, buddy. I try to announce everybody. I try to keep everything, all on the up and up with the chat and keep everybody right where they need to be and let them know that I appreciate every viewer. I appreciate every thumbs up. I appreciate every chat. I appreciate every super chat, every Rumble rant, everything, every PayPal, every Cash App. I appreciate it all. It's really, really helps, and it really means a lot to me. People actually enjoy what I'm doing. Well, I don't know. Maybe those are some old bricks. They need better bricks, probably, that are harder. Hey, Pyramid 7, how you doing? No problem. Glad to see you back. So, yeah. Well, hey, Julio Scissors is here. What's up? What's Rally Boys? So I didn't. Another win for the toe. Yeah. Well, it's the battle of the nose versus the toe. The foot versus the snoot. Let's see what happens. Anyway, I got a lot of stories tonight. I did not do the goal in the YouTube chat. So let me do that real quick. So let's see. So 15 teal super chats. We'll go 2 hours. We'll put it in for let's see here, banner. Okay. Copy. Save. Show. You can do this. Do this. Do this. Sorry, I should have did this ahead of time. Like I said, I got kind of tied up. So paste. There we go. Start the goal. And it's in there. Oh, and I missed one. Trumpinator. Oh, I'll count that. But at you 1 second, you came in just a second before I got it started, Trumpinator. But I'm going to count it. So we'll have to fix this up. I'll do it real quick. Like, where am I at? Here we are. Thank you very much, Trumpinator. Always coming through. So then we'll do this. We'll change this one. Okay. All right, I'll change that. There we go. All right. Yeah, you could make Jim go for the next $1,000. That would be $75,000. That would be like a year's salary, man. That would be like woohoo. You've got free cash and no work tomorrow. Uh-oh. Hey, well, whatever. We'll put it this way. I've got enough tabs to go 14, 15 hours easily without having to even open up another thing. So we'll see what happens. But thank you very much, Trumpinator, for the $5. Like I said, I took it off the total already. And we'll go also just to let everybody know, since I didn't I don't know, maybe I didn't spit for Bellavision. If we hit $75, Bellavision gets activated, or if any single super chat or Rumble rant or PayPal, whatever Cash App comes in for $20 or greater, it's an automatic Bellavision for the night. So we'll go. And the Patrick 7 with a gifted membership. Thank you so much, Patrick 7. All right. And I have to do this, adjust this real quick. Go in here, do this. We are now $66 away. All right. Let's see who got it. Oh, and Julio Scissors gives 5 memberships. You guys are like, thank you. I appreciate it. So that's 5 times 4. That's 20. So that means we are 46 away. All right. No. All right. Hey, Daniel Gigax, how you doing? Julio Scissors is a show-off. He is. He's also a great musician. You guys should check out his music. Julio, if you want to put the link for your music in the chat, go right ahead. Maybe people check it out. Julio's an awesome musician. Musician and a magician too. He makes things he makes ex-wives disappear. Just kidding, Julio. You know what I mean. So let's see. So Julie Mumford received Patrick 7's gifted membership, and then Simply Rose 63, Dalu, Sean Green, Gen X Boomer, and a Moral Fat 40 received them from Julio Scissors. Yeah, you can put mods in. Yeah, links. Mods can put links in. People make Jim do math. Yeah, it's always good. Jim loves the maths. So anyway, let me do this. I'll go over here. Okay. And the first story of the evening is a very good one. I think so. Anyway, I was very happy to see it. Oh wait, no. You guys got a free peek of Bella there. You got a free sneak peek of Bella. See, there she is in the same spot. She could be a stuffed animal. She might not even be real. So massive news, people. Massive news. Yeah, massive news. President Trump's HUD Secretary Scott Turner is now kicking all illegal aliens from Section 8 housing. That's right, folks. You heard it here first. No more illegal aliens on Section 8 housing. You want Section 8 housing? You want American taxpayers to pay for your housing, to help pay for your rent? You got to be an American citizen, or at least maybe a permanent resident. Mm-hmm. Demanding proof of citizenship for all Section 8 tenants. No longer will illegal aliens be able to leave citizenship boxes blank or take advantage of HUD-funded housing, riding the coattails of hardworking American citizens. That's right. Look he's not having it. He is not having it. That's the HUD secretary, by the way. He's not having it. He's like, no more illegals. No more legals. Mm-hmm. No more legals. See? Because effective today, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development is taking another direct enforceable action to steward taxpayer dollars wisely and end the subsidization of the open borders policies in HUD-funded programs and policies. Hey, Terry, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Sylvia, good to see you. Yes. You wish they did? Well, this just went out. This just happened today, Sylvia. So HUD is a federal program, so it's going to happen in California unless the state's going to pick up the money. The feds aren't doing it anymore. Oh, look at that. $5 from Digital Saints Soundware and Underground. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Finally, urban development. Well, maybe, yeah. Housing and urban development. Yeah, that's good. JD, how you doing tonight? How you doing tonight? Ank, did I say hi to Ank? I think I did. Anyway, let me go in here real quick. Thank you again. Awesome news either way. Yeah, well, this just happened yesterday. The announcement went out, so it's shit's gonna roll downhill, as they say. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a big roundabout talking point. They said the states weren't paying immigrants entitlements when in reality the Fed was reimbursing them, so the Fed technically was. Yeah, well then they try to say, well, the Fed's not paying it because it's not going directly to feds because it's going to the states who reimburse them. Yeah, 3 million illegals in Cali, no more free housing. Yeah, that was they actually. I think there's a story. I'm not sure if it's mentioned in the story about the number of illegals in California that are getting Section 8 housing, and it should enrage every California citizen. Let me do this. Let me deduct that $5 from the total real quick so we keep good track. No. 1. Okay. Okay, $41 to go for the first extra hour. And free healthcare and education. Yeah. Well, California and a bunch of the states had to cut back on the healthcare stuff because the feds aren't reimbursing at all. If they have any illegals on Medicaid, the money for any of that money that they pay for the illegals was getting deducted from any reimbursements from the feds. So they're freaking out. Yeah. If they all deported, that's 3 million less votes for the Democrats. Well, I had this story last night. I didn't get to it. Maybe we'll get to it tonight. Maybe I'll bring it up because you've had multiple Democrats on camera complaining about what's going to happen when election time comes if there's National Guard and ICE around. That's going to keep people away from polls. And I mean, maybe they didn't realize that illegal aliens aren't supposed to be voting. Are they admitting that they're voting? Kind of sounds like that. Wow, look at that. Over 50 people here tonight. So great to see you here. Please hit that like button if you haven't already. Please subscribe. Yeah, so within 30 days of receipt of this notice, HUD is requesting that every public housing authority, PHA, provide a full and comprehensive accounting of all tenants who are receiving Section 8 voucher and residing in HUD-funded housing. HUD is requiring the name, mailing address, number of bedrooms, and the cost of the unit, and proof of American citizenship or eligible immigration status as defined by law. This information is required by law, and this administration is upholding the law to the fullest extent. No longer will legal aliens be able to leave citizenship boxes blank, or take advantage of HUD-funded housing, riding the coattails of hardworking American citizens. Currently, HUD only serves out one of 4 eligible families due, in part due to the lack of enforcement of prohibition against federally funded assistance to illegal aliens. HUD will leverage all available enforcement actions against entities who do not comply with the request for citizenship information, including but not limited to examination of HUD funding and or evaluation of PHA program eligibility. We look forward to receiving the requested information without delay. Mm-hmm. It is against the law, but states did some kind of weird workaround where they did something somehow where they pay it and they separate the money out and say, well, this isn't coming from that pile of money, it's coming from this pile of money. And yeah, veterans need a DD 214 just to to get it. Yeah, but they don't. Yeah, let's not let the law get in the way of the votes. Yeah, yes, they ignore the law. Trumpinator is correct. Yeah. The DMV got busted for giving out CDLs for $500 with no test of illegals here in Washington State. Yeah, it happened in Wisconsin too. It happened in Illinois. It's happened in New York. It's happened everywhere. Probably California too. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think California. Last I checked, all right, I was looked into it. I should say California had like private people that they certified as DMV instructors that they allowed to certify that the people were qualified to drive. He says California gave illegals licenses 10 years ago or earlier. So HUD Secretary Scott Turner's directive aligns with the American First Act, which explicitly bars non-citizens from accessing taxpayer-funded housing programs. Section 5 of the Act prohibits sanctuary jurisdictions from diverting HUD resources to illegal aliens, while Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act mandates that citizenship verification for Section 8 eligibility. Turner's audit orders mirrors Section 62's provision requiring PHAs to document tenant status, ensuring funds serve America's first. With HUD currently failing 75% of eligible families due to bureaucratic neglect, this enforcement is critical. Yeah, I mean, that's basically like they say 75% of families that qualify for Section 8 and all this stuff can't get it because it's all being taken up by illegals and people that have NGOs and stuff working for them that do things to get them to get it first so that American citizens that need it can't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no illegal with a driver's license should be driving on federal highways. You would, that's something you would think the federal government, if they really wanted to, they could enforce something like that. They could say, "Oh no." They could say interstate commerce, or yeah, they should be able to do that and say like, "Yeah, you can't have illegals. It's affecting interstate commerce." Just currently watching Fox News Detroit meltdown because Trump's talking about signing executive order to make mandatory voter ID. They brought back the black people who can't get driver's license again. I have that in the stack. It's here. It's Yeah, reminds you of that was Governor Hochul that said that. Hochul is her name. I've been told that's how you pronounce her name. Hochul. Taxpayer dollars should not subsidize lawbreakers. I agree. Prioritizing citizens isn't just policy. It's fiscal responsibility. It is. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, whatever. HUD to remove illegal aliens from Section 8 housing. Require proof of citizenship. Yeah, same thing in Illinois. When you get a driver's license, it's called motor voter. They automatically register you to vote. They do it in California. They do it everywhere too, and that's why these illegals get ballots, and then they go, well, it was automatic when we gave them a license. They didn't do anything to get it. In Florida, though, they make you specifically say, it's not. They make you say, and you have to sign to get registered to vote in Florida, and so. Because they passed a law saying that basically they have to offer voter registration at all DMVs to make it easier for people to vote. But it's so easy to register to vote now. I don't even know why they have to do that. Because that's why 1 in 7 voters in Washington State are illegals. Wow. Yeah, definitely states are aiding and abetting illegals by giving them driver's licenses. I think so. That's why the whole thing with the real ID thing is a big deal, because they can't give real IDs to illegal aliens. That would be breaking federal law. Hey, what's up, Derek? How you doing, buddy? I don't know if you guys know, Derek is in the movie industry. He produced a movie called I don't know if he wrote it or produced it exactly, or both, called The Warrior. It's on Amazon Prime if you want to check out a good movie about a feel-good story about a kid's battle against cancer and stuff, and his fight and being a warrior. Check it out. Just basically, I think it's biographical about his life. I hope I'm not speaking out of school or saying anything he didn't want to expose, but I hope not. Anyway, he's a good guy. Check it out. Mm-hmm. The Department of Housing and Urban Development is launching a review to begin removing illegal aliens from Section 8 housing and requesting proof of U.S. citizenship for tenants in HUD-funded housing. HUD Secretary Scott Turner revealed on Friday that the agency was requesting each public housing authority, PHA, to provide a full and comprehensive accounting of all tenants who are either living in HUD-funded housing or who are receiving a Section 8 voucher. Within 30 days, HUD also requested proof of U.S. citizenship or eligible immigration status. Within 30 days of receipt of notice, HUD is requesting that every PHA provide a full and comprehensive accounting of all tenants who are receiving a Section 8 voucher or residing in HUD-funded housing. HUD is requiring the name, mailing address, number of bedrooms, cost of the unit, proof of American citizenship, or eligible immigration status as defined by law. Yeah. No longer will illegals suckle off the teeth of the American taxpayer. The beginning of the end for illegals living in taxpayer-funded housing starts now. Scott Turner. I'm surprised they don't call him racist. They can't. See, look at him. They can't call him racist. Their heads would explode. POTUS promised to put Americans first, and HUD is delivering results. Yep. We've been sucked dry. Mm-hmm. Well, here's the letter. We already read that. Mm-hmm. Turner continued to note that currently HUD only serves 1 out of 4 eligible families, due in part to the lack of enforcement of prohibition against federally funded assistance to illegal aliens. Wow. Mm-hmm. HUD will leverage all available enforcement actions against entities who do not comply with requests for citizenship information, including, but not limited to, prizes, a trip to Mars, examination of HUD funding, and or evaluation of PHA program eligibility, Turner added. During an interview with Fox News' Charles Hurt on Jesse Watters Prime Time, Turner explained that the agency had informed over 4,000 other PHAs of the same requirements, according to Fox News. Yeah, The Warrior 2024 on Amazon. Buy it. I did. Hey, Derek, how you doing? American citizens will be prioritized when it comes to living in HUD-funded government housing. We just sent out a letter to the D.C. Housing Authority, and it's been received by them. That's weird. So the D.C. Housing Authority is giving federal funds to illegals when that's against federal law, and D.C. is a federal jurisdiction that has limited home rule by an unconstitutional edict of Congress that somehow decided that the Constitution's words about the D.C., the District of Columbia, being a federal district with no local control, or no state or local government, somehow they were able to bypass that. And so here we got just corruption everywhere. Corruption, corruption. What's your function? Yes, 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 yes. Mm. Mm. So they want to live, everyone living in DC housing, Section 8 vouchers, or any type of HUD funding. Of course, I think the entire existence of the DC City Council and Mayor is breaking the law, is breaking the Constitution. No, that's what I think. DC Housing Authorities on notice. We're demanding all citizenship information for your residents, telling the same thing to more than 3,000 other PHAs across the country. Oh, that's Charlie Hurt. Okay, I was wondering which I recognize him. I didn't recognize the name. So let's see. I guess
rooting out the illegals who are on government welfare and housing.
Well, Charlie, it's great to be with you. And you alluded to it. President Trump is serious, not only in cleaning up the crime in our streets, but also American citizens will be prioritized when it comes to living in HUD-funded, government-funded housing. We just sent out a letter to the DC Housing Authority, and it has been received by them. And as you said, they have 30 days to give us a full, comprehensive account of everyone living inside of DC housing authorities that are receiving Section 8 vouchers or any type of HUD funding. We want the names, the address, the number of people in the unit, the size of the unit, the cost of the unit, and they must give us their American citizenship status or eligible immigration status. No longer will we allow illegal aliens to live in taxpayer-funded housing here in America. In the last administration, in the Biden administration, Charlie, they turned a blind eye. They didn't collect the data, but those days are over. We are collecting the data to make sure that illegal aliens, and for that, criminal activity, no one doing criminal activity is living in HUD-funded housing, which is literally on the backs of taxpayers in America.
What has? Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. HUD's Housing Choice Voucher Program, which is also known as Section 8, is described as helping low-income families, elderly persons, veterans, and disabled individuals afford housing in the private market, according to the HUD website. Hey, Kimmy Joe just became a member. Thank you, Kimmy. Thank you very much. Okay, I will deduct that from the total. So we are now $37 away from an extra hour or Bellavision. And or Bellavision. Yes, and Bellavision. $37. To enjoy his accent, I think I can't remember where he's from. If it's Alabama or Louisiana. It's got to be Alabama or Georgia. He's from, or maybe I don't know. He's from the South though, or maybe South Carolina. Who knows? Who knows? So yeah, so those in the program can pick any eligible housing unit, including single-family homes, townhomes, and apartments with rent partially covered by a subsidy paid directly to the landlord. In April, Turner wrote a letter to the HUD grantees and stakeholders clarifying that no taxpayer dollars will be given to organizations that support, house, shelter, or provide care to illegal aliens who broke the law. Well, that's a very serious way to put it. It's a very serious way to put it. And then the Daily Caller, I don't know, we'll see if they have anything more to add to the situation. I always like to pull up more than, if I need some more tabs, you sent me something? Oh, well, I will look and see what that is. Not right this moment, though. I don't want to. HUD Secretary says illegals may no longer live in taxpayer-funded housing. Okay. So he was on, Jesse Water Primetime. Turner and the Department of Homeland Security announced America's housing program for American citizens, ending the wasteful misappropriation of tax dollars to benefit illegal aliens instead of American citizens, discussing how HUD plans to prevent illegal migrants from living in public housing. Turner said the department has already issued a letter to the DC Housing Authority. Senator Padilla says illegal aliens are just long-term residents who just happen to be undocumented. Oh. Yeah, this Daily Caller, for whatever reason, these black bars are really annoying. So I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this with this black bar. Like, why is it doing this to me? Why? Why is it doing this black bar? Anyway, so yeah, so they announced that HUD plans to prevent the migrants from living in public housing. So yeah, so that's that. Okay, well then, of course, we got flocks flus. It's nationwide, the entire country. The entire country is got the letters and said no more money for illegals on Section 8. HUD launches a crackdown on illegal immigration and public housing, riding the coattails. Okay. Let's see. I don't know. Is this the?
Turner is here with us for more on that. Mr. Secretary, so explain to us how this will work, rooting out the illegals who are on government welfare and housing.
Well, Charlie, it's great to be with you. And you alluded to it. President Trump is serious, not only in cleaning up the crime in our streets, but also American citizens will be prioritized when it comes to living in HUD-funded, government-funded housing. We just sent out a letter to the DC Housing Authority, and it has been received by them. And as you said, they have 30 days to give us a full, comprehensive account of everyone living inside of DC housing authorities that are receiving Section 8 vouchers or any type of HUD funding. We want the names, the address, the number of people in the unit, the size of the unit, the cost of the unit, and they must give us their American citizenship status or eligible immigration status. No longer will we allow illegal aliens to live in taxpayer-funded housing here in America. In the last administration, in the Biden administration, Charlie, they turned a blind eye. They didn't collect the data, but those days are over. We are collecting the data to make sure that illegal aliens, and for that, criminal activity, no one doing criminal activity is living in HUD-funded housing, which is literally on the backs of taxpayers in America.
What has been the reaction of authorities in these sanctuary cities to this effort?
Well, you know, they don't like it, but it doesn't matter. It's the law, Charlie. We're going to uphold the law to its fullest extent, as you've seen with President Trump, as you've seen there with Tom Homan, Secretary Noem, and others. We're going to uphold the full extent of the law. And at HUD, we will support the president in this. Charlie, there is 18,000 units, households in DC Housing Authority right now. And it costs about $400 million of taxpayer money in assistance to housing, just in DC alone. In our country, there's 3.2 million households that receive HUD funding at $45 billion of taxpayer money. And so no longer will illegal aliens be able to live in HUD-funded housing, and those that are committing criminal activity. I have a message for them. It's time to pack your bags, because it is no longer allowed.
So I've got to ask you about something else real quick before we go. I understand that you're inside the cabinet, the club champion of the Pete and Bobby Challenge. So how's that going? How did you prepare for this, and how's that going?
You know, I prepared by just working out all my life, but it didn't make it any easier. It was painful, but you know what? I really loved it, and I'm happy for the challenge to help people in America. You know, I'm 53 years old. I played 9 years in the NFL. This is my 20th year being retired out of football, and I'm still doing push-ups and pull-ups the best I can. But I think the point here is to get everybody moving, to get everybody exercising and being healthy again, so we can have a healthy country.
So did you actually get them all done in 10 minutes?
It was 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
Dang, that's impressive. Well,
thank you. I did the best I could.
We're mighty impressed, and we're mighty grateful for.
Okay. What? How does this happen? Whenever I try to close out, it does something weird. Anyway, all right. So we'll do this. The Trump administration ordered a nationwide public housing. Yes. So I just want to point out, yes, this is a Fred Perry, but this is not the gold, like the yellow gold color that the Proud Boys wear. This is a different shade of yellowish gold color, not the same color, sort of. Whatever. I do have that exact colored shirt. I wore it before with the other hat, though. I have several different variations of. You thought it was a Proud Boy shirt? Well, I mean, it is the shirt. It's just not the exact colors that they wear. It's classic punk rock fashion in the 80s. Yeah, it's just I do what I want. I run with gangs. Anyway, so the Turner wrote that each public housing authority has 30 days to conduct an audit. Well, this is not really. It's more of a. It's not the gold, like yellow gold color. This is more of like a darker bronzish tan color. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. It's not the same. I could go get the other shirt and show you. I do have that shirt, though. I'm not saying I don't. I do have a Proud Boy shirt. I'm not a Proud Boy, though. Never said how many cereals I liked. Never got punched or anything like that. So, I mean, I've been punched, just not by a bunch of guys asking me what kind of breakfast cereal I liked. That's all I'm saying. No longer will illegals be able to get housing. Okay, sounds good to me. Yeah. Turner told them that the housing authorities placed on notice, but over 3,000 other housing authorities are being told the same requirements nationwide. Yeah, I'm a proud man. I'm not a proud boy. Oh, Julio once knocked out a guy for dissing Cocoa Puffs. It's like a Georgia Tech shirt. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, I like that too. Proud man. The move received praise from Republicans, but skepticism from others who said it could strain resources. How would it strain resources to not pay for housing for illegal aliens? Can anyone explain that to me? How it's going to strain resources because the states are going to say it's going to cost us money to figure out who's on public housing, who we're giving the money to, if we have to see if they're illegals. What agency will enforce this? Well, the money comes from HUD, so Housing and Urban Development with DHS. So they're going to get all the information and they're going to run it past DHS to see who's an illegal alien and who's not. If they basically states are going to try and fight back and say, "Oh, we don't have to tell you what their immigration status is," but they do, because in the housing authority it actually says in the statute for getting this money that it's for U.S. citizens only. So it's already in the law. Proof of citizenship is a requirement for any public housing or Section 8 unit. Well, the DOJ wouldn't do it. They'll just cut the money off. That's the thing, Gilly. It's not about so much prosecuting people. It's the money. You're talking, it's like 60 or 70 billion dollars a year, or maybe more, just for Section 8 that the federal government pays. So a state like California probably gets 10 billion, maybe a little less, 8 to 10 billion, I would say. So you cut off California's 8 to 10 billion. What are they going to do? They're going to squeal and they're going to change their ways. I mean, it's the same thing that's happened. It's happened over and over again. The federal government's done it does it all the time to get people to do things that they just want them to do, not things that are actually written in the law, like the whole thing with lowering the speed limits. They used money for highways. When they wanted them to raise the drinking age from 18 to 21 or something, say they threatened the money. They do it all the time. I think they did it too with seatbelts, if I'm not mistaken. With the seatbelt laws, they threatened money, withholding money to get them to do it. So it's how the federal government could, if they're taking federal government money, the money comes with strings, and that's just the way it is. In March, Turner and Secretary Noem signed a memorandum of understanding to scrutinize public housing due to the surge of illegal immigration due to the Biden administration. I don't know. I thought she looked better than that. Her face looks a little splotchy there. Entire government will work together to identify abuse and exploitation of public benefits to make sure those in the country illegally are not receiving federal benefits or other financial incentives. I got to go faster. We're 40 minutes in and I'm still on the first story. I got to go faster. Okay, here we go. So we're on to the second story now. All right. Wait, no. Here we go. On to story number 2. I got to go faster. She hasn't looked better? Okay. I don't know. Maybe I thought she looked better. I don't know. Yeah, no comply, no money. No, I don't know. Let me check on the ghetto real quick just to see. I guess I should probably move the ghetto. Nope. Oh, wait. Is there? Oh, that's just Critter Sitter. Okay. All right. So today, Pam Bonnie says, today I took action to terminate a DOJ employee for inappropriate conduct towards National Guard service members in D.C. The Justice Department remains committed to defending President Trump's agenda and fighting to make America safe again. If you oppose our mission and disrespect law enforcement, you will no longer work at the DOJ. Makes sense, right? This is Pam Bondi fires a staffer who flipped off DC National Guardsman. Oh, what's this? Hold on. This is California will have HUD in court and the Ninth Circuit will rule against Trump. Well, it'll go to the Supreme Court then, and it is what it is. You know, we'll see. I mean, more than likely, because this is affecting all the states, it'll have to be it'll be in DC. Won't be in, but who knows? We'll see what happens. And then, did I know about the Nevada's DMV cyber attack? Did that happen today? I didn't see anything about it unless must have happened today later than I was doing. I started compiling all my stories at around noon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I spent about 4 hours doing it. And then once I'm done, I still see stuff and I'll add stuff in, but at some point I have to just stop looking at news so that I can focus on what happened a few days ago. All right. No, I didn't see anything about that. I can look into it. Then they need to change the Fair Housing Act. It doesn't require landlords or tenants legal citizenship status. No, it's not the tenants and the landlords. It's for Section 8. For Section 8, it's required. So for any federal funding, it's required. So Bondi fires DOJ staffer who flipped off National Guard in DC and was seen boasting about it. So I mean, I don't know how I feel about this in all honesty. I mean, it seems like it might be it seems like it might be First Amendment protected activity. So a friend from the DMV told you, Nevada told you about it, all the DMV offices are closed. I'll look into it. I don't know how I feel about this. That's an honest opinion. I mean, part of me goes, yeah, screw them. Don't be flipping off the National Guard. But I don't think you should be fired for flipping somebody off. I don't. I mean, even if it is petty, even if you're working for the DOJ, it just, to me, it seems like this is going to be that they're going to. My personal opinion is they're going to lose this case. It's going to get taken to. Well, I guess you could call it. I guess you could start SB Farmer. You could call it a character deficiency. I think it was on there. I don't think it was during work hours or anything like that. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I think the person's an asshole. I don't. But I'm just saying, like, where there are we do have First Amendment protections that just because you work for the government, I don't think you lose those First Amendment protections on your own time. I don't think. I mean, yeah. Well, she doesn't need any cause to fire the people, but by stating she fired them for First Amendment, it might be one of them things where a court or the Merit Service Review Board might say, yeah, you can't do that, and maybe they'll get some money. They probably won't get their job back, but they might get some money. Okay, yeah, I mean, I agree they should be held to a higher standard and all. I'm trying to be fair about it and just saying, like if that's all. I'm trying to be fair and reasonable and saying, like, if I flip somebody off, I wouldn't want to lose my job. Hey, Julio Scissors with another 5 gifted memberships. Let's see who gets those. He says Autobahn, like the Autobahn, but Autobahn, redeemed patriot. I'm on a list. Okay, I get it. I'm on a list. Gina W.Y. and Augustus Tiberius. They all, thank you very much. Make sure you're turning on your gifted memberships so somebody can turn you green. Mr. K says that according to Grok, Mr. K says, according to Grok says $6 billion for California Section 8 HUD payments. ChatGPT says $7 billion. So it's not. So it's some money. It's some money that California can, needs. Yeah, I saw that. But that CEO that took the hat from a little boy and shoved his wife bag. Yeah, and supposedly he's like a multi-millionaire, billionaire in Poland or something. And I don't know. From what I've seen, seems like a real scumbag. And he might not be a CEO for long. Put it that way. Now, like a CEO does something like that, and they end up outing them and kicking them out of their position. I have no problem with that. It's totally different. I'm just saying, like the government shouldn't really take action against citizens or even people just for First Amendment protected activity. And flipping someone the bird is First Amendment protected activity. Mm-hmm. He's a CEO of a Polish paving company, apparently. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's a very expensive hat at that point. Yeah, it is. I mean, I know that the tennis star. We do have another tennis story that's coming up too, which I'll just. Yeah, Gina WYW says WY says thanks for the membership. You're welcome. Not if you work for the government. Well, there is another tennis star story that I think we'll get to tonight. That a woman tennis star who was very upset and basically stopped the tennis match in the middle of a U.S. Open match because she saw her ex-boyfriend in the stands. Insanity. Oh wait, I gotta adjust the banner. Hold on. We are now only $17 away from either Bellavision. We are $17 away from Bellavision and an extra hour. Mm-hmm. I believe there's ire to the flip-off story. There's more to the flip-off story? Okay. I heard there was more. Like, I'm going to read this. I think there was some other that it's not just the flipping off. I think the person who did this also got into some kind of beef or something with there's some kind of beef with a security guard or something in the office. Mother Papillon says the amendments are in place to protect us from the government. They are the only ones bound by them. Bonnie will lose this one. I think she probably will, and that's my personal opinion. I don't know, but I think if it goes to the Merit Service Review Board, this person won't get their job back, but they will get back pay in a settlement. That's just the way it is. Because they don't give people their jobs back when you work in executive branch like that. They don't just go, here's your job back if you have any type of executive power, that you're if you're enforcing any, like doing anything in a position of power, they don't give you your job back, because that would be incongruent with our Constitution to have somebody working in the executive branch that the president doesn't want there. Jean Davalette says a lot of the people in high-ranking jobs, especially CEOs in post-communist states, are children of communist grandees. If he is, then he has been treated as a prince his life, and he's spoiled. Yeah. U.S. News does clickbait headlines. Yeah, they do. They love them. Remember that time Trump said their R was good and everybody put plastic bags on their heads? Well, same thing. Oh, okay. The air was okay. Yeah, all right. I remember. No, air was good. AIR. Okay. All right, let's see here. We have the New York Post says Bonnie fires DOJ staffer who flipped off National Guard and was seen boasting about it. Attorney General Pam Bondi fired another Department of Justice paralegal Friday after the Environmental Division employee flipped off the National Guard member on her way to work. So it was a woman, and she flipped off, and she's part of the environmental law group, so she's probably a leftist to begin with, because that's who was doing her, fighting stuff. Yeah, Mother Papillon says businesses, big and small, are permitted not to recognize your amendment rights, whether you're an employee or patron. That was on full display during the Cootie Games. Yeah, it was. It definitely was. Elizabeth Baxter, who works in the same building as fellow fired paralegal Sean Charles Dunn, who allegedly threw a salami sandwich at a Border Patrol officer. Well, it's on video that he threw the sandwich. I mean, it's not yeah. And, oh, lordy. Brian Oldenkamp comes in says, I'm a big Big D, everybody, including Julio, says here's 20 gifted memberships. So that is $80. So wow, that puts us for Bellavision is activated right there. That's for sure. Let me flip this over there. Let me reset the clock on that. Let me go see here who got those memberships. So we got Stimulated Cynic received a gifted membership. May B Sunrise received a gifted membership. Lady AR62, Bushmaster 937, Robert Hunt, John Carroll, Rosemary. Where we go? Barb Loves Alaska, Jay Wills, Beautiful Messy Ball, Nancy Lorenz, Scott, Leslie Sorensen, Mimi, Penny G, Michael Williams, Lord Finatra, Apex Comics, Gary Goose, and Jill Shaver. Oh, we need proof of life, Jim. I've never seen a dog live. I think it's fake. Well, Bella. Anyway, anyways, so there we are, and I have to fix this. So that's $80 right there. Wow, thank you very, very much, Brian Olenkamp. You are really, man, oh man. So let me hide this, do this, and so that's $80. So that would. So that's $12 away from a second additional hour. All right, and just like that, we are already added an extra hour, and we are $12 away from a second additional hour. You knew it was a fake Bella, yeah. That's a lot of green. Yeah, I think we might be at the point now where I can do a membership stream. I think a member stream. I think we got 200 members now. I think we're close. I'd have to look and see how many members we got. Let me look real quick. I think we're close to having 200 members. See all members. 178 members we have right now. So 22 more members, and I will do a member stream. Members only stream. I mean, that's what I meant. Because I'd like to have 200 members. That way some people can actually watch and stuff, and it'll be better for everybody, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Thank you so much. Oh. And he says, I'll square that up for you. Okay. Thank you. So I guess we're at 2 extra hours now, thanks to Brian Oldenkamp. All right. Thank you so much. Does the increase in numbers help you in the algorithm? Yes. The more. Yes. Any members count as members. They all count. The only person that I don't think can get a gifted member on my own channel is me, even though it asked me if I want to become a member of my own channel. But yes, Brian is the MVP. 30,000. Wow, that's some serious shit. I don't know what you mean by. 30,000 National Guard arrived in Chicago. Oh my God, that's breaking news. That's a lot. Are you sure 30,000? That's crazy. Thank you so much. Let me do this now. Let me fix this before I forget. So hide, edit, and we are currently $75 away from the third additional hour. All right. So we're going definitely going another 3 hours at a minimum right now. Is there a way to change the colors of the members' names? I don't think so. They changed the green not on here, but on like I see them as green. I see them as green, but I don't know what you guys see them as. Red would be cool. So yeah. So let me do this. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to leave the goal going up on YouTube. I got the scroll so everybody knows what it is. It's a goal on YouTube. I'm not going to take it down and put it back up again. I'll redo it when it expires in an hour or whatever it is, and then I'll redo it for another 2 hours so everyone can see it. So no biggie. Not the end of the whatever you call it. So what's happening here? But yeah, so Baxter works in the same building. She arrived for work at the DOJ's 4Con building in Noma district of Washington, D.C. The hell's the Noma district? Poor Jim. Jim is good. It's good. Jim loves doing this, and he loves talking to you guys. I'm really pissed at Salami Sandwich guy. They didn't indict him. They couldn't get a true bill on the indictment. They basically said no true bill, so that sucked. I can't believe I actually had 28 people watching on X tonight. That's the most I think that's ever watched on X. But I have 81. I got 81 people here on YouTube. So if you haven't already, please hit the like button. If you haven't done that, please do. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Because I do this 5 to 7, 6, 7, 8 nights a week, 10 nights a week. Sometimes even more. I make extra days of the week just to do extra shows for you guys. So, you said they're filmed driving Hummers in Chicago? Well, it's possible. Well, I appreciate that, Patrick. He says one of his favorite things about Jim's show is an interaction with the chat. It makes you feel like you're part of the show and very much appreciated. Well, I appreciate interacting with the chat. I try not to derail the show as much as I can, but I like talking to you guys. I like your opinions. I'm here to learn just as much as I'm here to tell you what I know. I'm not one of those people who don't really know, that knows that you learn every day. You learn something every day. Yeah, they're doing Hummers in Chicago right now on North Avenue. I'm glad you agreed to, Gilly. We'll keep it going. Okay. She made the obscene gesture to a guardsman and said, F the National Guard. Well, I mean, wait, no. This looks like a security guard. So here's a memorandum. You're removed from your position of paralegal specialist, environmental defense section, environmental natural resources division, pursuant to Article 2 of the United States Constitution, laws of the United States, and based on your inappropriate conduct towards National Guard service. Your employment with the Department of Justice is hereby terminated. You're removed from federal service effective immediately. I don't know. It says, yeah, you're right to appeal this removal with the U.S. Merit Service Protection Board within 30 days. So, yeah, she's going to, if she wants to appeal this to the MS, the Merit Service Review Board, I have a feeling they might say this was not kosher per se. But I don't know. That's just my opinion. At 2:18 p.m. the same day, Baxter was observed on DOJ security cameras putting her middle finger towards the National Guard saying, F you. 1 week later, Baxter arrived to work and told the DOJ security guard that she hated the National Guard and told them to F off. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think she was at work, though. I don't know. I think she might have been on her way to work, is all I'm saying. Yeah, this is brutal. Rudy Giuliani was seriously injured in a freak car crash. It looks to me like it was on purpose. Like what I've seen is that it looks like somebody purposely rammed into his car going at a very high rate of speed trying to hurt him. Says today I took immediate action to terminate the DOJ employee for inappropriate conduct towards National Guard service members in D.C. The DOJ remains committed to defending President Trump's agenda and fighting to make America safe again. I mean, I guess though, now that I'm thinking about it more, I guess it makes sense that you don't want anybody, working for the federal government that hates the federal government per se, or that hates the DOJ, that hates the military and stuff. Yeah, I know she can fire anybody for any reason. Yeah, definitely. I know. I'm just saying, like, I haven't heard any word on. I have the story, but I haven't heard any word on the driver yet. I've got some of the story. It looks like it's on purpose to me too. It looks like, because how do you just ram somebody like that without it being on purpose? After the investigation involving multiple witnesses, Bondi issued Baxter a termination letter on Friday. You're removed from your position from environmental defense section. The incident comes in the wake of new charges being brought against Dunn over the subway incident. Well, that would be it's the subway incident? No, it's the subway sandwich incident. Dunn, who has worked in the Criminal Division's International Affairs section in the Forcon building, was arrested after screaming abuse at federal authorities deployed to the national capital for President Trump for his crackdown on crime. F you fascists. What are you doing here? I don't want you in my city. Dunn allegedly shot at a group of federal officers before slinging a salami sandwich at one of them. So, yeah, so that guy definitely should not be working for the federal government. He definitely should be in jail. This is an example of the deep state we've been up against for 7 months, and we work to refocus the DOJ. You will not work in this administration while disrespecting our government and law enforcement. I would say you won't work in the government if you hate the government. If you don't like the federal government and you think they're fascist, you shouldn't be working in the federal government because you're not really going to do. After a grand jury failed to indict Dunn on felony assault charges, prosecutors charged him with a lesser charge of misdemeanor assault, which carries a potential sentence of up to 1 year in jail. Yeah, what I don't understand is why they couldn't have just charged him with the felony and take it to a preliminary hearing. You don't need to indict him. You can just have him go in front of a judge. They should just charge him in front of a judge and say, "Judge, does this charge stand?" Let a judge say it doesn't, and watch what happens to that judge. Okay, so that's the end of that story. Well, it's also Reuters also has their story, same thing. Bondi fires Justice Department employee for gesturing. See how Reuters says it? For gesturing at National Guard. Yeah, if it was a ham sandwich, it would definitely be different. He would definitely be indicted because we all know that they indict ham sandwiches. Hey, did you guys notice Bella moved? He's in a different position. Yes, there are so many more important people she could fire. Definitely. Yeah, the law doesn't apply to the lawless. That's the truth. So yeah, so it's basically the same story. We're not going to read it because we already read the story, but from Reuters, basically just saying, they made a gesture. Yeah, Jim and his AI dog. A boy and his AI dog. A proud boy and his AI dog. All right. Record-breaking numbers. International tourists spent $126.9 billion in the U.S. in the first 6 months of 2025. Jim and his Labubu dog. Bella is built like a boxcar. Yeah. The so-called experts said Trump's policies would kill tourism. Instead, he just turned America into the hottest destination on earth. This is a threat. Look at them all. Yeah, nobody wants to come to an unsafe place, but if they know it's safe and it's secure, if they keep it safe and keep it secret, then everyone will come. If you build it, they will come. Yeah, built like a boxcar and stuffed like a teddy bear. Yeah, he's a cutie patootie. The International Trade Administration confirmed the record spending in its August 27th report. Hold on one second. I just noticed my router was sitting precariously perched on top of my cabinet up there like it was going to fall off. And I was like, whoa. No, can't have that happen. Oh, yeah. So that's more money ever spent by foreign visitors than ever in the U.S. history. Tourists aren't running from Trump's America. They're flocking to it. Oh, let's see. What is this? This is like an ad?
International visitors spent a record-breaking $126.9 billion on U.S. travel and tourism in the first half of 2025, the strongest six-month performance ever, according to new data from the Commerce Department. Spending rose 2.2% over last year and even surpassed pre-COVID levels from 2018 by 3.5%, signaling a strong recovery in inbound travel. Trump administration officials welcomed the news, calling it proof that the U.S. remains a top global destination. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said, quote, "Today's record tourism numbers show that President Trump's policies are ushering in a new era of prosperity and safety." Undersecretary William Kimmett highlighted the U.S.'s diverse attractions and said more tourism records could fall as the country hosts major global events in the coming years. A slightly weaker dollar is also making travel more affordable for foreign visitors. And despite early economic concerns, GDP rebounded in Q2, growing at a 3% annual rate, reinforcing confidence in the U.S. economy.
Oh, that's cool. And I just want to say thank you to Kathy for the $20 on PayPal. That was greatly appreciated. That will come off the total. I don't know if that came in, Kathy, before, and it was supposed to be for Bellavision or something. And if it came in earlier and I did not see it, I apologize. But I will adjust the adjust the total down to $55 for a third additional hour. So why is this happening? Because safety plus prosperity equals attraction. As Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick put it, with historic prosperity and Trump's focus on public safety, people from around the world are coming to visit in record numbers. What did the experts predict back in April? Well, they predicted a 9.4% decline in visitors and $9 billion in lost revenue. And they said travel economy heading in the wrong direction. And as usual, the experts were wrong. They were dead wrong. Look at them all. Oh, Look at Rachel Maddow. Oh, whatever his name is. Yeah. And then Chris Hayes. And it's that other one in the middle. Can't think of his name. Anyway, Canadian visits are down. They're in a snit. Canadians got their panties in a twist. But American tourism industry is booming, proving that border security and rule of law don't scare visitors away. They inspire confidence. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the brainwashed lefties don't visit the U.S. That's right. Yes. Yes. Bella is thinking. She's pondering how to take out the proletariat. Bella's means of production will not be stolen. It says they inspire confidence. And like this, it's like we're living in a South Park episode, literally. With, what's up, buddy? What's up, guy? Hey, 103 people here watching right now on YouTube. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't. Please participate in the chat. We really enjoy it. We like talking to you, learning more about you. Tourism is not a small issue. 15 million U.S. jobs are directly related to tourism, 2.9 trillion in economic output, and 2.5% of total GDP. Wow. Yeah, Bella is heavy. She needs to go on a diet. But, what can I say? When she sits there and she begs and she stares at me with those eyes asking for food, I can't say no. Trump isn't just protecting American workers. He's bringing the world here to support them. To Disney. And this is just the beginning. In 2026, FIFA's World Cup is coming. In 2028, the Olympics in Los Angeles are coming to Los Angeles. 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. International tourism will shatter even more records under Trump's watch. She's a big fan of the pepperonis and those begging strips. Not really. She does like the milk bones, but she prefers the meat flavored stuff. Yeah, can we stop talking about Bella behind her strong muscled back? No, she don't mind. She don't mind. She's a good girl. Mm-hmm. There we go. Now she's more in center of the screen for everybody to see. There we go. All right. Okie dokie. There we go. Mm-hmm. The bottom line is the closing sign that left accused Trump of hanging on the country. It was a welcome sign to the world. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there was already talk about the stuff getting moved somewhere else because LA is just a shit show. Tourists are spending billions. Jobs are thriving. America is winning. Results speak louder than the pearl-clutching predictions. Mm-hmm. Yes, that's a good story. And then on to some other news, which is not so good. We're going to get into some more serious stuff here. Breaking news. At least 35 people shot, 5 fatally in shootings across Chicago so far this Labor Day weekend. Okay, what's this? This is I have a problem. I cannot stop eating my own pork jerky. No matter how much I make, I eat it all. Share with no one, even close family and friends. What should I do? Sell it? I don't know. I don't know how much you're eating. I don't know how much you're making. You know, are you in Hawaii? Because the only place I know of that where they had pork jerky, a lot of like pork jerky, was Hawaii. And it was good. Make more. Yeah, Mr. K's right. Make more. Not making enough if you're eating it all. Hmm. Sounds like the people of Chicago and Illinois are, in general, should go constitutional carry, cut down on some of that violent crime. Yeah, it would. Miami wins. So is that the Miami Notre Dame game? Is that what I'm being? Change your cat's food to high protein, no cereals in it. He lost 22 pounds. Lost from 22 pounds to 19. Change him back to cereal food. No. Do you? Yeah, that is a big cat. 22 pounds is a big cat. Yeah, so there's all these murders happening in Chicago shootings, and 911 is not picking up the phone in Chicago. Last night, the illegals went crazy on 74th and Kingston. Americans were left to fend for themselves. Hurry up and get here, POTUS. This is an emergency, America. We need help now. Look at this. Patricia Lady News, emergency number, 311, emergency number, emergency number. They're saying no one's answering. No one's answering the phone. Were they shooting over there? That's way too close to where my son was. I got a call from a gentleman who lives over there who said they were having a wild party last night and they were shooting guns and acting up. I asked him to send me a screenshot of the call he made, and here we are. That's effing unbelievable. They don't even have a shot spotter over there. Dumbasses don't believe the bullets fly around through the windows and walls get strike toddlers and sleeping in their beds. No child is safe in Chicago. Wow. You see, they used to have a shot spotter all over the city, but then they couldn't deny that there were shootings. And now that they got rid of all the shot spotter stuff in Chicago, they basically, that's what Brandon Johnson said. We're going to reduce crime by getting rid of the thing that tells us there's crime. They got rid of shot spotter. They canceled the contract. So now they don't know when the shootings happen. So now they can say shootings are down because they're not, nobody in these neighborhoods are calling to report the shooting. So if you want to see some wild urban activities, come out to Detroit for New Year's Eve or the 4th of July. It sounds like the Battle of Fallujah. Oh, I know. Chicago used to be that way too. Yeah. Yeah, they allowed the shot spotter contract to lapse because it made them look bad. Yeah, all the shootings made them look bad. So now they can say shootings are down because the reports are shootings are down because shot spotter reported shootings, and then there was no way around it. They didn't rely on the people that, what happened to the mic setups? Is there something wrong with my mic? Something wrong with my mic? What's he talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Between sundown Saturday and sunrise today, 25 people were shot across Chicago. 3 of them died. No, you're good. Okay. All right. Wow. So, well, today's just Sunday. So they're saying in one day, just Friday, Saturday, sundown Saturday to sunrise today. So just Saturday night, 25 people were shot in Chicago. Nearly half of the victims were targeted in a pair of mass shootings, both involving drive-by gunmen who opened fire on large crowds. Wow. Oh, yeah, no, that's shot spotter. Yeah, they took them out, Saglant. They took them out of all the areas because it made them look bad from the shootings. And there was no way to hide the fact that the shootings were happening with shot spotter. Shot spotter would tell them a shot, and so they got rid of it because now they can say shootings are down because the reports of shootings are down. Hey, what's up, Grip? Nice to see you here tonight again. Thanks for coming by. Wow, this is crazy. 25 shot, 3 killed overnight in Chicago. So basically this is what's happening. They're like, leave our crime alone. You got Newsom, Prickster, and Hochul. 25 shot, 3 killed overnight in Chicago. But you didn't see this on the news anywhere, right? You didn't see reporters on CNN or any of the news stations talking about the mass shootings in Chicago and something has to be done. More than likely, these were done with Glocks with switches on them. More than likely. Chicago police say 25 were shot across the city between sundown Saturday and sunrise Sunday. So basically Saturday night. Yeah. Definitely, yeah, definitely. Crime reports are also down when 911 doesn't pick up. If you can't report the crime, it doesn't happen. You know, if nobody finds the body, was there ever a murder? You know, it's like that old saying: if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, did it really fall or did it make any noise? Well, if someone gets murdered in Chicago and nobody talks about it, did they really die? If no one finds the body, was it a murder? You know what they say: no body, no murder. I don't know. Nothing says party in Chicago like a 5-year-old being shot on accident at 4 in the morning on a street takeover. Yeah. Schrodinger's murder, definitely. Schrodinger's murder. It's no different than reporting the crimes to the FBI statistics and listing crimes as something else than they are. Yeah. Or all the crimes that get reported and they say that the race is white and they're not. Why do they do that? We see them all the time when they do it. And they say the people are white and they're not. Or the people that they say that there's that illegal immigrants commit crimes at a way lower rate than native-born Americans. But yet, when you say, "Well, how do you get these numbers?" when none of these big city police departments even ask what if they're citizens or not, or what their immigration status is. They're barred from asking that question. They can't ask, so those numbers can't be right. And then you look at something like, I don't know, the study they did on the prison population in the United States, the actual people in prison, and over 15%, like 15.4% of the prison population in the U.S. are illegal aliens. So how would that be possible that they could commit crimes at a lower rate than native-born Americans? Are you saying that there's more, that the number of people in the country is greater, 15% greater illegal aliens? That would mean, like, I don't know, 60, 70 million illegal aliens. Are you saying there's 60, 70 million illegal aliens? And that would just mean that they commit crime at the same rate of native-born Americans, because that would be their equal populations of the native-born Americans. But I don't know. Just saying. The violence included 2 separate mass shootings, both involving drive-by gunmen who opened fire on crowds of people gathered outside overnight. Those attacks accounted for 11 of the victims. Wow. 11 victims in 2 shootings. I mean, that's quite a bit. The larger of the 2 unfolded on near South Side around 11:10 p.m. the 3500 block of South State Street. That's actually 35th and State. That's like a busy area. That's not. I don't know, man. I didn't even think that 35th Estate. I thought that was. What is over there? Isn't there something? That's right by Sox Park. Well, not right by Sox Park. My bad. That's a little bit further west, but Sox Park's a little bit further west than that. But anyway, wow. Police said several gunmen opened fire from a passing vehicle into a group of people standing outside. 7 victims were taken to hospitals, all in good condition. A 28-year-old woman shot in the thigh, a 30-year-old man shot in the leg, and a 30-year-old woman shot in the knee. So they were aiming low. A 31-year-old man shot in the foot, and a man shot in the buttocks. I was shot in the buttocks. No arrests have been made. Just 2 hours later, another drive-by occurred in Humboldt Park, 2700 block of West Haddon Avenue. At 1:11 a.m., police say multiple shooters in 2 cars sprayed gunfire at people outside. 4 people were hit. A 39-year-old woman was shot in the chest. A 30-year-old man was shot in the neck. A 26-year-old woman was shot in the leg. And a 32-year-old woman was shot in the buttocks. All 4 were hospitalized in good condition. So both of these shootings have in common is that they both got someone in the buttocks. According to CPD, last night's shootings began around 7:46 p.m. in the 900 block of East 131st Street, where 5 men opened fire on a 43-year-old woman standing outside. So 5 men opened fire on 1 woman standing outside. Wow. That's what you call a hit. 900 block of East 131st Street. That's the far south side. That's like called what is it? Grand Crossing District, I believe. Not a good area. You don't want to be over there. There's a good rib joint there, though. If you're ever looking for Leon's Ribs is over there. It's really good. She was struck multiple times and pronounced dead at Christ Hospital. Yeah, her name is Sparkle Suknanen, and we're going to get her story coming up here, Julio. Her name is Sparkle Suknanen. She was born and she's not from the U.S. She was born in another. She's from another. She's not a natural born U.S. citizen. She's an immigrant and became naturalized, and then somehow got on the federal bench. What do you know? About 10:40 p.m., 2 men were shot in the 1600 block of East 79th Street. I used to live right off 79th Street. Not 1600, but a little bit further west. Police say an unidentified man walking up and opened fire, hitting an 18-year-old in the leg and another man in both arms. Both were hospitalized in fair conditions. Whew. Even in good areas of Chicago, you're running into youth flash mobs and street takeovers. She was born in the glitter section of your local concert. Her last name is Suknanen. Sparkle Suknanen. Minutes later, at 10:51, bullets pierced the front window of a home at 6500 block of South Walcott. 65th and Walcott? Man. Striking a 17-year-old girl in the arm as she sat inside. She was taken to Christ Hospital in good condition. See, Christ Hospital, if everyone doesn't know anything about Chicago, is actually not in Chicago. That's in Oak Lawn. It's actually outside of Chicago by about 10, 15 minutes. So I don't know. Maybe they're at a level 1 trauma center now because it's either probably that or Cook County Hospital. I don't know. Maybe Little Company Mary, which they used to take people to all the time. And what was the other one? Mercy Hospital. Was that the one over on 71st and Western? Anyway, Little Company Mary's in Evergreen Park. All right. A 22-year-old man walked into a Swedish hospital with a gunshot wound to the buttocks after being shot in the 2700 block of West Foster. He was listed in critical. So we got this is the third buttock shooting. Somebody's shooting up that ass on Saturday night in Chicago. That's 3 asses hit. 11:42, a 24-year-old woman was shot in the left temple while riding in a car at the 2700 block of West 68th Street. Wow, so that's like 68th and in between Western and Damon? Oh, she arrived at Holy Cross Hospital in serious condition. Yeah, Holy Cross is the one I was thinking of. That's the one right over there on like 70th and maybe Damon area, Western. Hey, Tika, how you doing? Nice to see you tonight. Shortly after midnight, a 41-year-old man was grazed in the leg while walking the 5100 block of South 8th Street. That's another. He was taken to Providence Hospital. 30-year-old man said someone in a green sedan opened fire on him outside a 75th 500 block of South Kingston. He was shot in the ankle and self-transported to Jackson Park Hospital. Wow. Got a big crowd here tonight. There's got 38 people watching on X and 113 people watching on YouTube. So if you haven't already, please hit the like button and please subscribe. 139, 3 men were gunned down in the 1900 block of West 17th Street. A 41-year-old man, a 43-year-old man, and a 46-year-old man. So that's right. This is right in the area of what's called the Little Village area in Chicago, right in that area. 18th Street's very, very serious gang street and controlled by several different gangs, the Ambrose and anyway, and so there's constantly shootings in that area, constantly people getting shot. That's Hispanic area with the Hispanic gangs battling each other out. So that's like 1900 block. That's like yeah, that's like Throop, 18th to 17th to Throop. Yeah, all those people shot in the legs and buttocks were the shooters all midgets. They could have been actually shooting and it could have been bouncing off the ground and hitting them at the leg. They could have just been terrible shots because they're holding the gun sideways, you see, and you know. A 33-year-old man was shot in the head inside his home, outside a home at the 6300 block of South Elizabeth. Elizabeth! Investigators say he was in an argument with another man who pulled out a gun and fired. The victim was pronounced dead on the scene. 3 a.m., a 31-year-old man told police he was caught in a crossfire. 2 vehicles exchanged fire at 81st and Harper. He was treated at Trinity Hospital for a leg wound. Yeah, Foster's near North, I believe. That one in Foster, that was Humboldt Park. That's near North. That's like Humboldt Park is like in between Irving Park and North Avenue, Western to let's see, not like what's that? east to Damonish, maybe a little bit further than Damon. What's the next one? Winchester, something like that. 20-year-old man was shot in the hip while standing outside 1700 block of South Drexel. He was taken to the University of Chicago Hospital. Yeah, so the vast majority, where do you say that was near north? The vast majority of these shootings were all on the south side, near south side, right? Just, from near south side to far south side to one all the way out on 100 and whatever it was, 134th, 100. That was far south side. And then the only one, that Humboldt Park one by Foster, that's the only one that was near north. And then 18th Street, it's a little bit further west. It's, but mostly I could just tell you by the areas. You probably had Humboldt Park one was probably Hispanic gangs. The ones on 17th Street, probably Hispanic gangs. All the other ones, probably African-American gangs. Yeah, the mayor does not want any Fed help. We're going to get into that right now. That's why I was doing this first, because then we got this. And we got first the governor says the coward Pritzker says getting violent criminals and illegal migrant killers and rapists off our streets is dangerous, anti-American, and un-American, and it threatens Secretary Noem to check herself. Well, let's see. So this is the governor who's lovingly, fondly called JB Prickster.
So this is dangerous. They shouldn't be doing it. It's anti-American. It's un-American. And I would tell her to maybe check herself for what does she really believe. So this is dangerous. They shouldn't be doing.
Oh, yeah. So Pritzker is even more dangerous than JB. James Pritzker is even more dangerous than JB. Meet Illinois Democrat Governor JB Pritzker's cousin, Jennifer Pritzker, a billionaire who's donated millions to organizations promoting trans issues. Well, his name was James, was changed to Jennifer. Okay, and this is Pritzker's cousin, the billionaire. This is the person that's funding all the trans stuff that's happening in the country. If you want to know, this is where the money's coming from for all the stuff. This billionaire. This is the. This is the. The Pritzkers is the Hyatt hotels, I believe. Money, I believe it's the Hyatt that they own, right? I think. What hotel chains? The Hiltons own the Hiltons, but the Pritzkers own a big hotel families owned a big hotel chain, and this is where the HUD money. This is Pritzker the HUD, and she's the one paying all the money to hundreds of millions of dollars a year to trans stuff, trans activities. So Pritzker's theatrics ignore reality. Illinois' Trust Act blocks local cops from aiding ICE, creating a sanctuary shield for criminal illegals. Did I do that? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. No. Oh, I didn't even Spuds. I didn't even see this one. I'm sorry. In honor of the classic Princess Bride on Mark Comfort soundtrack, plus a hot ride and right, I propose we go with Jim Conceivables. It's inconceivable. Oh, Jim Conceivable, the inconceivable. I did not get that $5 off either. I am sorry, man. I'm so sorry. What have you walked into? Well, no wonder it just happened. Okay, no wonder I didn't see it. Un-American, double wide MRI, definitely. So let me fix this. No. So now we are $50 away from an additional third hour. Rest in peace, Chris Farley. Well, he's been dead for a while. He died at the Pritzkers were the Hyatts. That's what I thought. Yeah. So that's where the money comes from. And isn't that where? It was a he and now it's a she. So, yeah, and that's what I said when I saw it. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Rest in peace, John Belushi. Yeah, what's going on, man? He claims to want violent offenders deported, yet his policies tie federal agents' hands, forcing warrantless raids. that waste resources. The data doesn't lie. ICE's Chicago arrests this year targeted mostly nonviolent migrants, with only 1 in 25 having a DOA from a decade ago. Sanctuary states enable lawlessness by refusing cooperation. They cry overreach when DHS cleans up their mess. If Pritzker truly backed enforcement, he'd scrap the Trust Act instead of grandstanding. That's good. What's going on here? Why? Somehow this got all screwed up again. Oh, there we go. And then we got breaking news. We got Mayor Brandon Johnson signs an executive order to limit Chicago authorities from working with federal enforcement and try to stop Trump from extending National Guard. Yeah, he actually, there's other people that say that he signed this order, and he says that he's doing it to stop the feds from doing something. Like he thinks somehow he has control over the city, over what the feds do. This guy's a clown.
I'm signing an executive order today that will launch the Protecting Chicago initiative. This is a project that builds on the months of preparation that we have done that has led up to this very moment. This order affirms that the Chicago Police Department will not collaborate with military personnel on police patrols or civil immigration enforcement. We will not have our police officers, who are working hard every single day to drive down crime, deputized to do traffic stops and checkpoints for the president. We do not want to see tanks in our streets. We do not want to see families.
No one's sending tanks to the streets.
We do not want grandmothers thrown into the back of unmarked vans. We don't want to see homeless Chicagoans harassed or disappeared by federal agents. And so this executive order makes it emphatically clear that this president is not going to come in and deputize our police department.
Yeah. Right here, it says Chicago's mayor is obstructing federal law enforcement while violent crime plagues his city. Yeah, they're protecting Chicago's crime. Definitely. Yeah, the tanks. They're sending A1 Abrams in to. Oh, look at Bella's moving. Look at that. She's licking her paw. See, she's real. Arrest him. Definitely. Bella's over there. Bella, what are you licking? Bella, what are you licking? Hey. Yeah, you saw it, right, Dan? You sent me that message and sent me that picture, and then I saw it, and you saw the reaction. So I am going to pull it up, though. You jerk. I will pull it up. Poor Bella. Why? I just told her to stop licking herself. She's over here. She's making that bed all wet. Yeah. Chicago's mayor obstructing federal law enforcement while violent crime plagues the city. Predictable move from a sanctuary politician who prioritizes illegal immigrants over citizens. National Guard deployment in LA under Trump proved federal authority prevails when local leaders fail. Johnson's order banning maskless ICE cooperation, a desperate stunt to shield lawbreakers. Real leaders enforce the law, not sabotage it. Chicago's murder rate may be down, but coddling criminals and defying federal mandates guarantees chaos. When cities resist enforcement, they become sanctuaries for cartels, not communities. And here's WGN, Channel 9. Yeah. She's cleaning her feet. Geez, I know. I'm just saying. I don't. Uh-oh. Someone named Joe just sent me $2.14 on Cash App, so I have to adjust the banner because someone's being funny. Let me do this. How much was it? $2.14. Nice hat, he says. 214. All right. So we'll fix this. So that was what, $50? So that's 48, 47, 86. She's sneaking when Jim's not looking. Lol. Yeah. I don't want to announce the name because it's someone's name, and I don't want to announce their name if they're, don't want their name out there, who they are. So I'm not gonna just their first name. So anyway, immediate drastic action. Mayor Brennan Johnson signs executive order demanding President Trump stand down on threats to send troops to Chicago. Judy Wang of WGN has the latest report. Tree fitty, $1.280. Mm-hmm. It was $2.14 is what it was. $2.14. Read more here. Mayor Johnson signs executive order. Mm-hmm. Immediate drastic action. Mayor Brandon Johnson signs executive order demanding President Trump stand down on threats to send troops to Chicago. Meanwhile, at least 32 people have been shot, 3 fatally in Chicago over Labor Day weekend. And there's no emergency. See? No emergency. They're sounding alarm. A real crisis we face today. Donald Trump's overreach is what our founder warned against. It's unprecedented, unwarranted, and un-American. There's no emergency here that calls for military intervention. No, 25 people shot in a matter of a couple hours. There's no emergency. There's no emergency here. Lieutenant Governor Giuliani Stratton says, yeah, no emergency here. Just a bunch of people getting shot. That's all. Just a bunch of people getting shot. Mm-hmm. Yeah. At least 32 people have been shot, 3 fatally in Chicago so far, Labor Day weekend. Yeah, just a couple $2. Yeah, let's go, Brennan. $3.50. I want my $2. Trump, I'm the executive. I'm the executive now. Look, Trump, I'm the executive now. Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of which, let me show you guys this. So this is what my good friend, good friend, Liquid Blake, Dan Blackroyd sent me. He sent me this picture of, he said, look what he did to me. Why would he do this? This is my friends do these things to me. Crazy. Oh, look at this. $10 from Eclectic Deb says, it seems that too many leaders in the state have forgotten why we are the United States of America. If you ignore the laws that were agreed upon by our ancestors, you F all in the Union. That is 100% correct. Mm-hmm. That's not right. That's right. And he says, that's the same picture. Brave and beautiful. Definitely. So let me do this. So we do this, and then this makes this $37.86 away from a third hour. Okie dokie. Yeah, I don't know who would. This. That's who's responsible. It's still a dude. Definitely still a dude. All right. Now this person just sent me $1.17. Oh, treat money for Bella. Thank you very much, Julio. You're awesome. Thank you very much. So $5, 567. So that's 232. Save. Show. Guy just sent another $1.17 on Cash App. So I gotta do this. So I'm gonna have to get the calculator out for this because this is crazy. I'm gonna make myself look stupid here. Thank you so much. That person is playing with me. Yeah, but you know what? If they want to keep sending money by a couple dollars on Cash App like that, I appreciate it. It's fine with me. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's funny. It's a funny joke. It's a troll. What you call it, what you want. You know, it's Joe being Joe. Yeah, it's Joe being Joe. All right. Let me get to the story. So 32 people have been shot across Chicago, and there's no emergency. That's what they say. Yeah, ABC 7 News said at least 32 people have been shot, 3 fatal in Chicago, shootings across Chicago so far this Labor Day weekend. And it says 4,389 people were shot in Chicago in 2016, making a tour of duty in Afghanistan safer than living in the city of Chicago. Keep voting Democrat. It says, man, this is my 6th tour in Afghanistan. Can't wait to get home where it's safer. Dude, I'm from Chicago. This is safer than back home. At least here, I can shoot back. Definitely. Turning America to a place more dangerous than a third world shithole with one gun regulation at a time. Keep voting Democrats, my friends. Well, that's what they say. That's what did they say? Nothing in the ghetto. Okay. Okay. And then from NBC 5 News, Chicago says Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson signed an executive order aimed at curbing the power of federal law enforcement officer. Now, I want you to read this, that this actually was written by someone who claims to be a news agency in the United States of America that thinks that Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson signed an executive order aimed at curbing the power of federal law enforcement and National Guard troops. In what universe would a mayor of a city have any power over federal law enforcement or National Guard troops? I mean, how much lead did they? I mean, I know there's a lot of lead flying around Chicago, but how much lead did this news reporter eat when they were a child that made them this stupid that they don't understand that a mayor of the city of Chicago has zero power over the federal troops at all. Zero. Yeah, could be. And he's threatened to draw. Look at this guy. Arr, rah! Democrats in crime, a love story. And from here is WGN 9. Mayor Johnson signed an executive order establishing the Protecting Chicago Initiative, a directive that his office says will work to protect the constitutional rights of Chicagoans amid the potential deployment of troops in the Windy City. Well, what about that right to keep and bear arms? What about that right for the Chicago citizens? You going to protect that right? You going to tell them about that one? Mayor Johnson? You going to tell the people they have a right to defend themselves? They don't seem to aim. Most don't even have sights. Yeah, well, he'll be wearing silver cuffs soon. I think so. I think they're investigating him pretty heavy and handy. Wow. Look at this. 44 people watching on X. That's a lot of people. 126 people on YouTube. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. Please think about leaving a like and all that stuff. And, leave a comment in the comment section. It helps with the algorithm. Full story here. All right. So first, we're going to go to Breitbart for the news and see what they say. Accept cookies. Oh, I got another Cash App notification. Let's see here. $2.04. Most fun on Cash App ever. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Because, whether you like it or not, so that's already $2, $4, $5, like $5 you've given me. So I don't mind. It don't bother me none. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let me fix the banner here. No. So 3169 minus 204. So that is 2965. I think it's the cocoa butter that they wear. I think the cocoa butter helps them slip out of the cuffs. I don't know. Showdown looms between Illinois Democrats and Trump's crime crackdown in Chicago. A showdown looms this week between President Donald Trump and Illinois Democrats after Chicago Mayor Brennan Johnson signed an executive order Saturday demanding the president stand down on his intent to send troops to take on crime and illegal immigration in the Windy City. And do you know why they call it the Windy City? It has nothing to do with the wind outside. It has to do with the politicians being blowhards. Johnson signed the Protecting Chicago Order, a multi-departmental directive that requires federal officers to follow city policies. He can't require federal officers to do anything. He doesn't have that power. And utilizes legal action to prevent any attempts to systematically violate the rights of Chicagoans. The city of Chicago is violating the rights of Chicagoans every day. The order takes direct aim at immigration and customs enforcement personnel, requiring all federal law enforcement officers to refrain from wearing masks during arrests. He does not have that authority. And ordering them to identify themselves by agency and badge number. He does not have the power to command any of these things. They could try to say whatever they want, and they can watch how then any Chicago police officer attempts to try to tell ICE officer or any federal agent or anybody what to do. They're going to find themselves in jail and charged with federal crimes. That's right. Not all these program hosts can do math like Jim. That's right. The wind, a bullet zooming by you. Well, it's had this name the Windy City long before that. I want to say, Chirac, represent. That's right. Democrats are thanking Trump for securing D.C. Huh.
If you can follow simple steps.
What is happening?
You can follow this.
Now friends are calling me up, Democrats are calling me up, and they're saying, sir, I want to thank you. My wife and I went out to dinner last night for the first time in 4 years. And Washington, D.C. is safe. And you did that in 4 days. I'll tell you, it's safe. I had another friend of mine. He has a son who's a great golfer. He's on tour. And he came in fourth yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot. And he said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way. No way. He said, what you've done is incredible. And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator. He's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner. And the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time.
That's right. Let's say so. Okay. The mayor believes that Friday, September 5th, is expected to be the arrival date for federal forces in Chicago, according to a report by WGN-TV. We've received credible reports that we have days, not weeks, before our city sees some type of militarized activity by the federal government, Johnson said. Trump could change his mind. He could reverse course. In fact, I encourage him to do that. Mayor implied President Trump's plans. See, now, I'm going to tell you something. What Johnson just did is he basically dared Trump to send troops there, because if Trump, what if Trump was never planning on sending troops there? If this was all made up by Johnson, now he's put Trump in a position where Trump almost has to send troops there. Otherwise, Johnson can say, look, I got Trump to back down. He didn't send troops here. So now Trump's kind of got to send them there just to prove that you're not running shit. You ain't in charge of shit. You ain't about shit, son. Yeah, even Muriel Browser had to admit crime was down. Spud says, the question is, do you want to live in a surveillance state? I don't want to, but we already do. You know, everything is watching us. Our phones are spying on us. There's cameras everywhere outside. They're tracking everything. They've got police departments that monitor online for any statements you make to come and arrest you. If you're in Michigan and you make an anti-Islam statement, they're going to come and arrest you in Dearborn, Michigan. Had that story last night. That's how it works. You know, so we have to do something about it. We have to fix it. We have several boxes. You know, we have the soap box, we have the ballot box. We have the bullet box. There's one more box. I can't remember which one it was. There's 4 boxes, and I don't remember what the 4th one is. So the order states that the deployment of federal military forces in Chicago without the consent of local authorities undermines democratic norms, violates the city's sovereignty, and threatens civil liberties and risks escalating violence rather than securing peace. Yeah, we've been in a surveillance state for a long time. It's just moving from analog to digital. And further painting an alarming picture to reporters, Mayor Johnson claimed Chicago would look like the city in a war zone or something locked down by a dictator wielding martial law. Wow. Dems are no learners. That didn't work in California. It won't work in Illinois. Yeah. Yeah, no. The jury box. Yeah, that's right. The jury box, the ballot box. If those don't work, it's the cartridge box. There's also the soap box, too. They say get on the soapbox and talk. The jury box, the ballot box, and the soap box. And then there's the fourth 4 boxes. The other one's the the cartridge box or whatever. He said, I knew people, how many hundreds of thousands of AI using license plate readers, cell phone scrapers, soon to be internet scrapers would be a revolt. Yeah, they're doing it. They're doing it everywhere. The city of Chicago will do everything in our power to defend our democracy and protect our communities. With this executive order, we're sending a resounding message to the federal government. We do not need, nor do we want, an unconstitutional legal military occupation of our city. We do not want military checkpoints or armored vehicles on our streets. We do not want to see families ripped apart. Well, yeah, Mr. K, you're absolutely right. There's no such thing as privacy anymore. They just don't act on everything, but everything do is tracked. They have everything. They do. They literally have everything. Every telephone call you have goes through, is it Echelon? I think it's called Echelon. And there's keywords they're listening for. If you say any of these keywords, they key up on you. Hey, someone just gave me, yeah. Joe just sent me another $187 for Chicago is so corrupt. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Go to banners. So it's 278. 2762. Bit of Somalia, yeah, Chicago. The Chicago Savages. It's a new team in the NNFL. If you guys don't know what the NNFL is, it's the Feral Ball League. It's the Feral Ball League, run by a guy named Talib Starks. According to the order, Chicago police are prevented from being assigned to joint law enforcement patrols, arrest operations, or other law enforcement duty alongside federal law enforcement or military personnel or National Guard units. Again. Oh, okay. The White House called the mayor's order a publicity stunt and pointed to D.C. Mayor Bowser's endorsement of the surge in federal law enforcement to the district, which included the deployment of National Guard troops. The Chicago Sun-Times reported, as Breitbart News reported earlier this month, Trump federalized the MPD in Washington and paired it with National Guard deployment. The administration officials have credited this move with sharp declines in violent crime in the nation's capital, including a 50% drop in homicides over an 11-day period. Which that's a lot of less crimes. On Saturday, Trump took aim at not just Mayor Johnson, but Illinois Governor Pritzker on Truth Social, citing Chicago's crime numbers. The governor called sending any military to Illinois an invasion. Trump wrote 6 people were killed and 24 were shot in Chicago last weekend. And J.B. Pritzker, the weak and pathetic governor of Illinois, just said he doesn't want help in preventing crime. He is crazy. Better straighten it out fast or we're coming. MAGA, President Donald J. Trump. Pam Graham says, I live in the southern tip almost of Illinois and call it Chicago. My son now lives in Tennessee and he calls the whole state Illinois. Do you live around, let's see, do you live around the Cheyenne National Forest? No, Shawnee National Forest. The statement follows weeks of increasing tension between the White House and Illinois officials over crime and immigration enforcement in Chicago. However, according to WGN News, Johnson and Pritzker both say they have not received any official notification from the White House about troops coming to Chicago. Okay, cool. That's a nice area. Dixon, Vandalia, right? Yeah. And what else is down there? Well, yeah, Metropolis too, right? But that's further east, I think. Metropolis and nice places, and then part of SIU. Cool. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Trump officials have advanced plans to use Chicago's Great Lakes Naval Station, located about 35 miles north of Chicago, to support upcoming immigration enforcement sweeps. Trump border czar Tom Homan told reporters the administration plans to dedicate a large contingent of forces to Chicago. Not everyone in Chicago city government is pushing back on the Trump plan. Democrat Alderman Ray Lopez said he's open to the idea of having federal agents bolster local law enforcement. We saw in D.C., Bowser acknowledged a decrease in crime, and the city supposedly already seeing a decrease, Lopez said. If we can decrease beyond the published decrease the mayor keeps touting, what's wrong with that? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you got Lopez saying it's okay. I don't know what this is. And then you got the post-millennial basically just saying Brandon Johnson signs an order preventing police cooperation with federal agents ahead of a possible deployment. You know, and then you got this Chicago shootings. You know, Chicago shootings, at least 35 shot, 5 fatally in Labor Day weekend gun violence. You know, 35 people shot, 5 fatally. So 5 died already this weekend in Chicago, and it's not over yet. Tonight, there's probably a bunch of shootings happening right now as we speak. A woman was shot in a South Shore apartment on Friday. Shootings happened around. Police found 2 women with gunshot wounds inside the apartment. Mm-hmm. Deadly shooting in East Garfield Park, 500 block in North Sawyer. Yep. Mount Sinai Hospital. Yeah. So a woman was shot to death in Altgeld Gardens. Isn't Altgeld Gardens? I think that's North Side, if I'm not mistaken. Altgeld Gardens. Yeah. Anyway, a bunch of shootings and stuff. But yet he still signs an executive order demanding President Trump stand down. It's not up to him. And this is NBC 5 News. These people are delusional. Chicago mayor signs order with blueprint for fighting a potential Trump crackdown. Johnson said the order directs the city to use every legal mechanism to combat a potential deployment of troops. What exactly does that mean? What legal mechanisms do you have? They signed an order aimed at curbing the power of the federal law enforcement. The mayor has no power over the federal law enforcement. He cannot curb the power of the federal law enforcement. It's not up to him. So, and one main point of order was to direct the city's law department to use every legal mechanism to try to stop Trump's potential plan. Okay, so sue him, take him to court. Cry about it, you bunch of babies. See what happens. All right, here we go. Next story. Here we go. We're going to keep moving on because got a bunch of stuff to get to tonight. Even though we're 2 hours in, we got 2 hours to go at least. Right now, we got 2 hours to go, and we are $27.78 away from a third hour. Hey, I think this is Joe. ND24 UM27 Go Canes finally off the high. Thank you, Joe. Yes, this is what sedition looks like. Thank you very much. So I got to take that off the. So it's 25.78 now. away from a third additional hour. So is that what you're saying? University of Michigan 27, Notre Dame 24, go Canes, finally off the high. Cool. Trump feared, seems to be afraid of Trump justice coming. Finally stopped running around the house celebrating. Cool. Cool. I don't know if that's the same Joe. It could be a different Joe. Biden appointed U.S. District Judge Sparkle Sukananan, who's from Trinidad and Tobago, just blocked the Trump administration from sending unaccompanied migrant children back to their home country of Guatemala after Guatemala agreed to accept the children. So this lady right here, this non-American, this foreigner who came to our country and somehow got onto the bench. It's very odd that Biden appointed like 5 or 6 people to the bench in D.C. that were not born in America. Canadians, this lady, So now judges are basically kidnapping children from their families. These judges are effing cruel. Yeah, basically. Why do we allow foreigners to be judges in the U.S.? It should be illegal to hold office in the United States if you're not from the U.S. I'm sick of woke foreign-born judges destroying the U.S. Go back to Trinidad. Definitely. Let's see. Federal judges appointed by Biden continue undermining immigration. Enforcement. Federal judges appointed by Biden continue undermining immigration enforcement. Even when foreign governments agree to accept their own citizens, Suknanan's order halting deportations to Guatemala isn't about protecting kids. It's judicial sabotage of Trump's border security gains. Unaccompanied minors crossing illegally should be processed swiftly and returned, not left in bureaucratic limbo. The ruling rewards lawbreaking, endangers children by keeping them in overcrowded facilities, and violates the clear intent of immigration statutes. Guatemala's cooperation was a win for orderly enforcement. Activist judges erode sovereignty with DC elites while DC elites ignore the chaos they've created. What do we got here? We got, hey, okay, Hank, thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for hanging out. It says, Cash App stole from me about 3 years ago, dropped them the same day they wouldn't return my money. So it's some other person that's doing it. Having the name Sparkle should disqualify them. And we got another one from the same Joe for another $2.91. And it says, that's all for IR. That's all of that's all of IR. I don't know what that means. Whatever. So $2.91. So I have to make another adjustment to the thing. University of Michigan? No, that's cute. No, I thought it was it's the Miami University. University of Miami? I don't know. What was that? Oh, I gotta fix this now. I'm getting all discombobulated. $291. So I gotta deduct $291. Oh, that's easy enough. So I think that's right. Oh, it was Q Rivera. It means you got my entire Cash App balance, silly. Okay. No, it was Q Rivera. Notre Dame played Miami today. Okay. What's up, Allegheny News? How you doing, buddy? All right. So that's another $2 now. I have to do this. And it got us, no, I have to do this and do this. Another $2. So it's $20.88 now. We are $20.88 away from another additional hour. We're 2 hours and 5 minutes into the show. We got another 2 hours to go. At least if we get another $20.88, we will go another hour. So we'll have 3 hours to go. Right now it's midnight on the East Coast. We're going to go to at least 2 a.m. We could go to 3 a.m. depending on how much money comes in. Can Jim do better than a lawyer math? I think I did. I think I got it down. Activist judges road our sovereignty. Sovereignty. Breaking news. Stephen Miller fumes after Judge Sparkle Suknanen blocks President Trump from reuniting orphaned Guatemalan children with their parents. These smuggled migrant children were orphaned in America by the Biden administration. The minors have all self-reported with that their parents are back home in Guatemala, but a Democrat judge is refusing to let them reunify with their parents. The government of Guatemala has formally requested a return, and there are tens of thousands more smuggled minors orphaned in America by the Biden administration that Democrats are refusing to allow back home with their families. This is disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusting, Sparkle Suknanen. And this lawless judicial activism here is staggering. Biden's open border catastrophe created this crisis by incentivizing human trafficking and family separation through reckless policies. Now activist judges are weaponizing compassion to trap these minors in bureaucratic limbo instead of letting them return home. Guatemala wants its children back. This isn't about politics. It's about basic sovereignty. Every day these kids remain here fuels more smuggling rings and endangers more lives. Deportation isn't cruelty. It's the only way to restore order. Deter future trafficking. Oh, Bella's dreaming. You see her shaking? She's having a dream. I don't know. That's crazy, right? Why would they refuse to reunite the kids with their parents? It does not. I saw that they were trying to demand proof of life on Trump. They claim he was dead, but that's just them being retards. It's not even worth covering, really. Yeah, it's the only way to restore order and deter future trafficking and protect both American communities and vulnerable children. The real disgust is Democrats exploiting these minors as pawns to sabotage enforcement while pretending to care about families. The facts behind this humanitarian and legal disaster demand exposure. They definitely do. Demands exposure. Demands exposure. Okay. Mike Davis says, imagine you're a kid on a plane about to go back to your family. That's because these kids were on planes, just so you guys know. They had the kids on planes ready to go back to Guatemala to go home to see their mama and their Grammy and get their pupusas and all this stuff and have their chadalas. And it all got taken away by Sparkle Suknanen. Maybe you were trafficked and suffered years of anguish. Then you get yanked off the plane in the middle of the night, your hopes destroyed again because Trump deranged DEI judge scored political points. Look at her. Judge blocks deportation of Guatemalan migrant children as flights were ready to take off. And she thinks she did a good thing. I mean, maybe she did if her job is to protect the illegal trafficking business going on. Hold on, I'm closing some tabs. Take me 10 seconds here, 30 seconds, maybe. All right. A federal judge says breaking, but it's not really breaking. We're talking about. I got to work this morning, so I can't stay till 2 a.m. Have customers from the UK who don't realize it's a U.S. holiday. Well, I understand. You don't have to stay till 2 a.m. It's just always nice to see you here, Allegheny News. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration from abruptly deporting 600 unaccompanied Guatemalan children, perhaps within a matter of hours, granting an emergency restraining order after advocates called the plan illegal and dangerous. What advocates? Who are the advocates for the children? Shouldn't the children get a say if they want to go home? You would think, right? The children would get a say? Mm-hmm. It says here, plaintiff's complaint, minute order. The court has reviewed the plaintiff's complaint motion for temporary restraining order. Given the exigent circumstance, it's determined that an immediate warranted to maintain the status quo until a hearing can be set. As plaintiffs have satisfied 4 factors governing the issuance of preliminary relief. The defendant shall not remove any of the individual plaintiffs for 14 days absent further order of the court. Before Judge Sparkle L. Suknanen. A Zoom link will follow. Signed by Judge Sparkle. The judge blocks abrupt deportation of hundreds of Guatemalan children. But it wasn't abrupt. It was all arranged with the Guatemalan government. A federal judge has ordered an emergency halt to the apparent plan by the Trump administration to deport more than 600 unaccompanied Guatemalan children to their home country, some within a matter of hours after immigrant advocacy groups sued, calling the plan illegal. Yes, it's illegal according to them. It's illegal according to them to send kids home to their parents. When everybody agreed, the parents knew they were coming and wanted them to come home. The home country said, yes, we want our kids back. Yeah, I hope SCOTUS gets bent because they warned the lower courts about this. Yeah, it sounds like a nationwide injunction issued from a lower district where kids were not detained. Sounds like Judge Boasberg. Yeah, certainly does. Judge Suknanen acted quickly to block as many as 600 Guatemalan children from being deported by the Trump administration without due process. A judge in Illinois took a similar step for 4 children whose lawyers sued Saturday. Judge blocks abrupt deportation. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is reminiscent of the emergency fight over an Alien Enemies Act, an overnight lawsuit, allegedly abrupt deportations and violation of due process, quick restraining order by a judge, hearing set for the afternoon. We'll learn more at 3 p.m. What's the due process? They wanted to go home. Their parents wanted them back. They're minors. They go home. Judge Suknanen says the children are being removed right now, so has advanced today's hearing to 12:30 p.m. Court received notification of putative class members are in the process of being removed from the United States. Hearing previously set for August 31st has been rescheduled to August 31st to remove it from 3 to 12:30. Information will be emailed to parties. Judge Suknanen has now expanded her restraining order as she attempts to block ongoing efforts to remove hundreds of Guatemalan children, which their lawyers say they are currently underway. Suknanen's hearing is underway. Representing DOJ is Drew Ensign. Suknanen is likely to ask about status of deportation effort and whether any planes are in the air. Ensign said she's not aware of the broader order Suknanen just issued, so she urged him to check it and ensure it was circulated to the Trump administration. There would be no confusion. Suknanen takes a 5-minute recess to let him do that. So basically, you have this judge saying, I just made an order. I want you to send it to the executive branch, who I have control over as an unelected, tyrannical lower court inferior judge, to tell you what to do. So make sure you're following my orders because I'm in charge. Holy fuck, man. This has to stop. These judges do not have this power. Ensign says all 600 children in question are still in the United States. Planes are grounded and will not leave while the judge's orders in place. He said it's possible one had taken off and was returned. Suknanen said she was directly calling DOJ's attorneys in the middle of the night to notify them of the emergency lawsuit and get their response. So she was calling attorneys in the middle of the night about the lawsuit. How did she know about it in the middle of the night? How did the judge find out about the lawsuit in the middle of the night? That's odd. Was she in communication with the attorneys for the NGOs, these left-wing NGOs? Is she in communications with them? Because it sounds like it. Lawyers for the children say they're still on planes in El Paso. I have the government attempting to remove minor children from the country in the wee hours of the morning on a holiday weekend. That's surprising. No, it's not. It's what they remove. They move them whenever they can. Judge Suknanen is asking Ensign for an update on when the children will be deplaned and returned to HHS custody. Planes have been held pending the results of this hearing, he says, because the judge's order the planes won't leave. The federal judge has barred the Trump administration from deporting the 600 unaccompanied Guatemalan children overnight, halting the effort while many of them sat on the tarmac in El Paso, and many have, in one case, been in the air. Yeah, Bronk is doing a show on. I'm sure we'll talk about Black Robe judges. I'm sure he'll talk about this. I sent them all this tonight. I send Bronca the same emails I send Joe. I also sent it to a couple other people, but they don't want to be named. All Guatemalan children sitting on the tarmac of the plane, DOJ says. Then Herrera noticed that they've taken them all off the plane. A serious country would have never nominated this person to sit on the bench. He's an activist judge, and sadly, we have 4 years of an unserious administration run by autopat. Suknanand was born in San Fernando, Trinidad and Tobago to parents of Indian descent. Suknanand graduated from Naparimas Girls High School in 2000. Oh, where's that? Here's the real story. Stephen Miller fumes after Judge Sparkle Suknanand blocks. Yeah. The Trump administration grounded planes carrying migrant children that the White House intended to deport to Guatemala after a federal judge issued an emergency order temporarily blocking any removal of the minors. I would even say that we were deporting them. We were returning them home. They're children. They're going home. I don't get it. Hey, Colorado girl, nice to see you. And Nikki here says, Soros-funded NGOs sued Trump administration over migrant child trafficking crackdown, May 11th, 2025. Huh, that's odd, and now they're doing all this, though. Weird. It's the same group suing. Biden judge blocks the Trump administration from deporting 600 unaccompanied Guatemalan children in 4 a.m. order. So this judge issued an order at 4 a.m. What? I hold Judge Sparkle in the highest esteem. She is wonderful and does nothing wrong, ever. Yeah. All the money getting wasted loading on only planes that ain't cheap. Roberts is a pussy. SCOTUS, he can stop all this shit now, but the which point he so. Yeah, I agree. A federal judge on Sunday morning blocked the Trump administration from deporting 600 unaccompanied Guatemalan children. The Trump administration was preparing to deport 600 Guatemalan children who entered the U.S. alone during the Biden years. Children do not have a parent in the U.S. We're in the care of Health and Human Services. The Trump administration worked with the Guatemalan government to devise a plan to safely return the children to their families at home. U.S. District Judge Sparkle Suknanand, a Biden appointee, in a 4 a.m. order blocked the Trump administration from deporting the children within hours of a lawsuit being filed by a civil rights group. Judge Suknanand is holding a hearing. Obviously, she was in communication with these people if she was able to issue an order at 4 a.m. because she's not sitting there monitoring her stuff. They must have been in contact with her, and she knew that their lawsuit was going to be filed. And as soon as it was filed, she was issuing her order. So somebody needs to look in if she's communicating with these people. She should be impeached and jailed. According to Politico, Suknanand was calling DOJ lawyers in the middle of the night to notify them of the lawsuit and emergency hearing. DOJ lawyer Drew Anson told the judge there should be ethics complaints filed immediately against this judge. She's not monitoring her docket for a lawsuit that's filed in the middle of the night to be issuing orders at 4 a.m. This is bullshit. Ensign said it's possible one of the planes had taken off and was returned. The judge asked Ensign when the children would be deplaned to put back in custody at HHS. Since all 600 children are still, A federal judge ordered emergency halt to the apparent plan to deport the 600 children. Sparkle Suknanand issued the order just after 4 a.m. Sunday, finding that exigent circumstances described in the lawsuit warrant immediate action. The Biden appointee also scheduled a virtual hearing in a matter for 3 p.m. Sunday. 600 children arrived in the United States alone and are in the custody of Health and Human Services. Well, they need to go home to their parents. No, I understand there's an on-call judge. What I'm saying is that this is not the on-call judge. This is Sparkle Suknanand. And she's clearly was waiting on this to come in. They didn't wake. You're saying someone went and woke the judge up at 3 a.m. or to tell her this was filed? How did they get her up in the morning to tell her at that time? It doesn't make sense. Clearly, she knew this lawsuit was coming. Somebody talked to her, and she knew it, and they were working on filing the lawsuit. They found out Trump was moving these people out, and these people got working on creating the lawsuit. It takes time to write the lawsuit. It's not, it takes time to write it correctly. So they finally got it done. She knew it was coming. Yeah. It's not deportation, it's reunification, not the use of terms yet. Judge blocks Trump administration for deporting group of minors. Yeah. There's 100% a leak. We already know a lot of the politicians are working with the Wall Street Journal to get their leaks. Yeah. Somebody told them. A judge temporarily blocked them from deporting the unaccompanied Guatemalan children. Attorneys representing 10 minors said in a court filing that the migrants were set to be deported on planes. Well, then whoever those 10 kids are should be the only ones that don't go. The rest of them should go. They should be. This needs to go up to the higher court. This needs to stop. This has to stop. Absolutely has to stop. Yeah. Politico says judge blocks flight, sending hundreds of children back to Guatemala, back home. Breaking news, Trump just announced he will issue an executive order requiring voter ID in federal elections. No exceptions, he declared. The left is already panicking. Here's what that means for 2026 and beyond. Voter ID must be part of every single vote, no exceptions. I will do an executive order to that end. This comes as top of the earlier deal requiring proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote. Timing is clear. 2026 midterms are November 3rd. Trump is moving to lock in election integrity now before Democrats can flood the system with mail-in and machines again. He's also drawn a hard line on election rules. No mass mail-in ballots, no electronic voting machines, paper ballots only, military and truly ill and only exceptions for mail-in ballots. This builds on Trump's EO in March, required proof of citizenship for federal voter registration, tightened mail-in ballot deadlines, ordered safeguards against foreign interference and machine fraud. Courts tried to block it, Trump pushed back. Thanks to SCOTUS' June ruling limiting nationwide injunctions, judges can't stop Trump everywhere at once. That's why his orders are still standing in 31 states with appeals ongoing. That's actually not a bad idea. Hand them over to the Guatemalan embassy. They're Guatemalan citizens, and Guatemala wants them back. That's why I think this has got to immediately be appealed to the Supreme Court and say, we negotiated this for them to be returned to their home country. Guatemala wants their kids back. They're citizens of Guatemala, their children. They want them back. Bottom line, Democrats know they can't win fair elections, and that's why they fight voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. Name any other reason that makes sense. They want to cheat. Trump is closing their loopholes one by one. Let's see, what's this?
I'm Ami Horowitz, and I'm here in Berkeley, California to find out if voter ID laws suppress the black vote.
They're bad. I think voter ID laws are a way to perpetuate racism.
Would you go as far as say that those laws are racist?
For sure.
Do you think it suppresses the African American vote?
Definitely.
Tell us how.
Because they're less likely to have state IDs.
Minority voters are less likely to have the kinds of IDs that have been described or required.
These type of people don't live in areas with easy access to DMVs or other places where they can get identification.
You can always get IDs you do over the internet. Does that also make it difficult for black people in particular?
Yeah, you have to have access to the internet. You have to be able to pay an internet service provider for a certain fees.
Do you think that's harder for black people to go online?
Well, I feel like they don't have the knowledge of how it works. A lot of people have smartphones, but they might not have data. For most of the communities, they don't really know what is out there just because they're not aware or they're not informed. I also think there's a repression of black voting with how if you're a convicted felon, you're not allowed to vote and everything. And when you look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the African Americans.
Now I'm here in East Harlem to ask black people their thoughts on what you just heard. Do you have ID normally? You carry ID around?
Yes, I have state ID.
Do you carry ID?
Yes, I do.
Do you know any black person who doesn't carry ID?
No. Everyone that I know has ID. Why would they think we don't have ID?
That's a lie. Why would they say that?
Do you have ID?
Yes.
Because I have my ID and my friends have their ID, so we know what we need to carry around.
Everybody that I know have ID. That's one of the things you need to walk around with New York with, ID.
Do you know any black adult who does not have ID?
No, I don't.
Is it a weird thing to even say that?
Yes, it is.
What is this, some type of trick candy cameras?
I know, right? That's the only thing I brought with me.
Those are legit IDs. I heard a lot also that black people can't figure out how to get to the DMV.
Really?
Is that what does that say to you?
I know it's that. It's on 25th Street.
Do you know where the DMV is around you?
It's on 125th Street and 3rd Avenue, I believe.
You know how to get there?
Yeah.
Do you have a problem getting there if you have to get there?
No.
I know these sound like silly questions. You know how to get to the DMV?
Of course.
You know where it is?
Yes.
You can get there?
Uh-huh.
No problem.
No problem.
Just checking.
Okay.
And I also heard a lot that black people, especially poor black people, have no access to the internet, can't figure out how to use the internet.
That's just stupidity, honestly. Everybody has access to the internet. Even a little kid can figure out how to work the internet.
I had access to the internet for years.
You know how to use it properly, right?
Exactly. I do it at work. So, of course, I know how to use it. My kids know how to use it. They all have iPads, iPods, whatever.
Your phone has data?
Mm-hmm.
You can access the internet
Unlimited.
Unlimited data.
Mm-hmm. I use my phone as a hotspot.
What does that say to you for the people who have this perception of black people?
They're pretty much ignorant. That's why my thought process of.
I just think that's ignorant. Ignorant.
Ignorant.
That's the
Very,
word
very
ignorant.
Sorry, I
Very,
had to go
very
grab another
Does it
drink.
sound racist for somebody to say that?
I think it is a little racist because, you know, you're putting people in a category and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Maybe a little bit of racist in it, but like I said, I think it's more stupidity and ignorance.
You're judging somebody, like, but you're judging them because they're black, saying that they don't got it.
What people are they talking to? Who are these people talking to?
Do you have a problem that if you go to vote and they say, please see your ID to make sure you are who you say you are? Are you
Love showing my ID.
You have no problem with that?
Nope.
Would you have a problem if when you go to vote, if they say, please just see your ID to make sure you are who you say you are? Do you have an issue with that?
No.
Would you have a problem if there was a rule where you have to show your ID in order to vote?
I don't think so. No.
Would you have an issue if there was a rule saying you got to show your ID before you vote?
Nah.
You cool with that?
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. So yeah, so that's what's going on. Hello. That's weird. The election integrity is the fight of our time. We will safeguard the vote against fraud, errors, and suspicion. 2026 is coming, and the rules are changing, and the days of ballot games are numbered. That's right. No more ballot games. No more ballot games. President Trump has said on Saturday that he will issue an executive order to require voter ID from every voter. Voter ID must be part of every single vote, no exceptions. I'll be doing an executive order to that end. Yeah, whatever. Caught my cord. I'm caught up on my cord here. Okay, we're going to read this on Newsmax. Joe Biden said the most racist things. Oh, okay. Well, this says the goal ended, so I'm going to start up another goal, and we're just going to let it run. And so, what do we got here? We got basically 2.5 hours, so I will do 2 hour, and we got $27 to go. So I have a feeling, or $20 to go for our third hour. So I'm just going to go ahead and make it a 2 hour goal up there, and we'll redo it. Start another goal for 15 super chats, $5. We'll do for 2 hours. Damn it. There we go. All right. So that started again on YouTube, just in case. No, we don't have to put more singles, and you don't have to do anything. No one has to do anything. I just wanted to make sure that the. No, I don't. I've got a Corsair keyboard. It's a. It's a Corsair something or other. I don't know what it's called. Some kind. It's pretty cool. I like it. It's a mechanical keyboard. I like it. It's I could tell, like hitting the buttons. It's not like It's not like a other one where you want to hear keyboard typing, watch Good Logic. I know. He yelled at me, remember, for me typing the other day? What am I typing? Yeah, so Trump says he's going to do this. President Trump said on Saturday he will issue an executive order to require voter identification for every voter. Voter ID must be part of every single vote, no exceptions. For years, the president has been calling for an end to electronic voting machines, pushing instead for the use of paper ballots and hand counts. Oh, that's good. And a process that election officials say is time-consuming, costly, and far less accurate than machine counting. Well, that could happen, though, you know. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Earlier in August, Trump pledged to issue an executive order to end the use of mail-in ballots and voting machines ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. However, federal elections are administered at the state level, and it's unclear whether the president has the constitutional power to enact such a measure. Oh. Yeah, I like mechanical keys the best, man. They feel better than the other keys. The other ones are not loud when you type on them, but these you can tell when you're hitting the button. You know you hit the button. You're not. There's no. Democrats was seeking to break Republicans' grip on both the House and representing the Senate to block Trump's domestic agenda. Yeah, you know if you press the key twice by the sound, definitely. Need a good IBM keyboard. They have a much cleaner click. I don't even know, does IBM still make keyboards? Then we got ABC News saying Trump's planning to issue an executive order to require voter identification for all elections in the U.S., except for people who are very ill and very far away. Trump says, here's the story from IBM now. But, we're not going to read all these stories because we got a bunch of stuff to get through. So, wait. How did this happen? What the hell happened here? Yeah. Trump plans to issue an order for voter ID. This actually, they're going to act.
Trump says he plans to sign an executive order requiring voter ID for all U.S. elections. Trump posting on a social media platform, Truth Social, writing, voter ID must be part of every single vote, no exceptions. He goes on to call for restricted mail-in voting and only using paper ballots. He said that before. Trump did not say how soon he'll issue that EO. ABC News has reached out to the White House for comment. ABC's Alex Berchet is following this for us live from Washington. So voter ID laws vary state by state. States run their own elections. What's Trump's goal here and why now?
Oh, well, Perry, his goal is a little uncertain at this point. But look, I mean, this is a line that he's really kind of repeated over and over, especially the last few weeks. The president saying that essentially he wants to enact the voter ID laws nationwide, and also he wants to get rid of mail-in ballot voting. What's interesting about this, mail-in ballots are something that became really popular.
That's on Mondays, man. Minority Report Mondays.
2020, and if you look at how they've kind of ballooned. It comprised about 43% of the turnout in 2020, and there are a number of states, primarily along the West Coast, that relied on them heavily for the 2024 presidential election. But one of the things that the president has been critiqued on as he's talked about getting rid of mail-in ballots is that this is a direct response to some of those Democratic-controlled states like California, where Governor Gavin Newsom has called for a special election to counteract some of the redistricting that's being done in Texas with redistricting there in California. Well, California relies heavily on mail-in ballots. This is looked at by Democrats like Newsom and others as an attack on those states. And so this will likely, Perry, be challenged in court.
Yeah. How do you prove someone's a citizen in court? Yeah, so President Trump on Thursday revoked Secret Service detail for foreign president.
And President Trump is cutting nearly $5 billion of foreign aid. The Office of Management and Budget tells ABC.
Stop it. Get out of here. So that's that. And then we got this. This is some good news here. How do you prove someone's a citizen in states, Minnesota, that give driver's licenses to illegals? It helps with fake votes, so that might be good enough in the short term, I suppose. Yep. And they always say the referendum on Trump's agenda. So if the House and Senate stays the same, does that mean no change? Incumbents win better than 80% of the time. It's not necessary for a referendum. I don't know. And Trump did screw up under COVID. He promised to open back up by Easter after it started. That's when he lost. Yeah. In reality, Dems make up less than 25% of the population, meaning authentic living voters, I say. So breaking news, Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe has just officially ordered a redraw of the state's U.S. House map, which is likely to cut the Democrats down to only one seat in Missouri. Uh-oh. Every Republican state should follow suit. Huh. Look at that. This is the animals on. Uh-oh. Yeah, so they'll just draw and make that area all one district only. Yeah. So they should do it. They should do it. I see way too much blue in that map. Why? It's time all red states go more red. That's right. It's happening. Missouri to hold special session to redraw congressional districts. Yeah, it's just St. Louis. That's the only area, really. And it's, I think there's some area around Kansas City, too, but they can portion that out and split it up. Yeah, Gavin fighting so hard was not a good idea. He was told by people that if you do this every and the Republicans can do it, the Republicans can shellac you in the long run. If all the Republican states gerrymander same way that Illinois and Texas and in California and Michigan and them and Wisconsin, all these New York are already gerrymandered, and Massachusetts and Maryland, New Hampshire, all the way that all those states are gerrymandered. You got nothing coming. Democrats were warned this would end badly for them. There is no way they can win a redistricting war. We own the cards. It all stems from California Governor Gavin Newsom's thinking his little tweaks, California maps will offset the redistricting done in Texas, where 5 new winnable DOP districts were created. Yeah, it was a stupid move. Definite stupid move. The bluest of blue states are threatening to redistrict, and it won't make a big difference. In Massachusetts, they threaten to redraw their maps in response to Texas' new maps. The problem, they haven't had a Republican congressman for 30 years. Now Missouri is scheduled to hold a special session to potentially redraw its maps, potentially giving Republicans another seat. Yeah. All they're doing is they're concentrating more of the St. Louis into one district instead of having it split. There was 2 districts that St. Louis was split into 2 districts basically instead of 1. It was part, and so they were able to swing two seats then. Missouri's current congressional delegation made of 6 Republicans and 2 Democrats. Kehoe's proposed map significantly withdraws the 5th district represented by U.S. Rep. Emmanuel Cleaver, who was first elected in 2004 to include a significant larger swath of the state. I say get it done. Enough dancing around the issue. Gerrymandering is legal. Both parties do it. It's time to obliterate the Democrats who cannot win this fight. And that's another thing too that people should really think about. If the Senate was still senators were still picked the way the Constitution said they were supposed to be picked, where the state legislatures picked your senators, because the Senate was supposed to represent the states, not the people. The people are represented by the House, and the Senate's supposed to be representing the states. That's why it's all got screwed up when they said people vote for senators. The Senate would be like 62, 64 Republican senators right now. There wouldn't be any Republican-controlled states, because there's a bunch of states that are Republican-controlled legislatures. Like, I don't know, Georgia has 2 Democrat senators, even though the entire state's run by Republicans. That's weird. Other states, same thing. So you would not have this whole, Democrat senators from Republican states. It wouldn't happen. You very rarely get a Republican senator from a Democrat-controlled state. I guess, Pennsylvania is one example where you have right now, a Republican senator, but it's been the opposite where it's been tons of, Republican states that had Democrat senators, not the other way around for years. The New York Post says the same thing. Missouri's governor calls special session to redraw the maps. So that'll be good. And here's this. Everyone to be careful. Fecal contamination at U.S. beaches hinders Labor Day plans. Here's how to stay safe. So yes, so be very careful if you're on the beaches. We've had this problem in California beaches in Southern California for a long time, and it's been because of the sewage coming from Mexico that they're dumping into the ocean right there, and it's basically been poisoning our our Navy SEALs and stuff at Coronado and everything. But also, now we have problems occurring on all the East Coast beaches. And does anybody want to take a guess at who's shitting in the beaches? Well, Lieutenant Herr says says we shall shit on the beaches, we shall shit on the landing grounds, we shall shit in the fields and in the streets, we shall shit in the hills, we shall never use a toilet. Winjeet church dip. Huh. Very interesting. Beaches along the East Coast closed due to high fecal bacteria levels, putting damper on Labor Day plans. In other words, the water is full of poop. 17 minutes from original to edited. Most of it, yeah. Beaches along the East Coast closed due to high fecal matter bacteria levels, putting damper on plans. High levels of fecal bacteria have caused the closure of some East Coast beaches during Labor Day weekend. Suffolk County officials closed Benjamin's Beach and Bay Shore is due to contamination levels. They said it will reopen after testing reveals that bacteria levels reached lower levels. Yeah, Kramer's Cologne now comes with a free roll of TP. This is all along the East Coast, New York and stuff. Other beaches include Keys Memorial Beach and Cape Cod, that's Massachusetts. Parts of Imperial Beach near San Diego on the West Coast is also closed. Some beaches remain closed with warnings not to swim in the water due to bacteria levels. Some beaches remain open with warnings not to swim. Yeah, San Francisco Bay has the same fecal issue from runoff via the storm drains in the city of San Francisco. Yeah, because there's people keep shitting in the streets in San Francisco. Remember, unlike the East Coast, water flows from north to south on the West Coast. So for sewage to flow up, it has to be really bad. Yeah, really bad. Chicago police won't collaborate with the National Guard. Is there any more to the story? Nope. I guess that's it on that. Let's see, the New York Post. It says fecal contamination hinders Labor Day plans. For thousands of Americans headed to the beach one last summer splash this Labor Day weekend, but taking a dip might be out of the question. Many of the beaches will caution against swimming because of unsafe levels of fecal contamination. Beaches from Crystal River, Florida to Ogunquit, Maine have been under advisories warning about water quality this week because of elevated levels of bacteria associated with fecal waste. Advisories typically discourage beachgoers from going in the water because the bacteria can cause gastrointestinal issues, rashes, and nausea. There's been closures this week at some of the country's most popular beaches destinations, including Keys Memorial Beach, Cape Cod, the village of Hyannis, Barnstable, Massachusetts, Benjamin's Beach in Long Island, and Bay Shore, New York, and portion of Imperial Beach near San Diego. Even the pristine white sand beaches of Hawaii is warning of high bacteria count at Kailua Beach Park in the Big Island. Wow. Yeah. The discharge pipes are supposed to be way out in the ocean from TJ, but the pipes are broken, very close to the beach. Yeah. And they're supposed to, we paid a bunch of money to fix it and all stuff, and they haven't done it. So they're supposed to be doing some stuff. I don't know. Hey, there's 140 people watching right now on YouTube. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. I do these shows all the time, and if you find them interesting, come on back and watch some more. You know, participate in the chat too. Say hi to other people, and we'll talk about it. It's a long-standing and widespread problem. Nearly 2/3 of the beaches tested nationwide in 2024 experienced at least one day in which indicators of fecal contamination reached potentially unsafe levels. Conservation group Environment America has issued this summer. The group reviewed beaches on the coast and Great Lakes and found that 84% of the Gulf Coast beaches exceeded the standard at least once. number was 79% for West Coast beaches and 54% for East Coast beaches and 71% for Great Lakes beaches. Wow, it's nasty. That's nasty. The report also said that more than 450 beaches were potentially unsafe for swimming on at least 25% of the days tested. Key reason is outdated water and sewer systems that allow contamination from sewage to reach places where people swim. Clean Water Directors and Senior Attorney Environment America said. Yeah, it's also people shitting at the beach. Yeah, the new E. coli beach app coming soon. These beaches are treasures for families in New England and across the country, and they shared research, said Rumpler, based in Boston. We need to make an investment, make sure literally our own human waste doesn't wind up in places we are swimming. Other factors are playing a role, including increasing severe weather that overwhelms sewage systems and suburban sprawl that paves over natural areas and reduces ecosystems' ability to absorb stormwater. Well, they're not supposed to be using. They're not supposed to be using the sewage system for rainwater. It's supposed to be sealed. It's not supposed to open up to rain. So that's one of the problems. We're supposed to have two separate systems. One for rainwater, one for sewage. Mm-hmm. Many people plan to jump in the ocean anyway, despite the 2-day warning. I really don't expect to be any kind of danger of fecal contamination, said Orkestrevakovich, retired dentist. He says he didn't think Rehoboth was close enough to notable pollution to be concerned. He expected the ocean's natural currents to take care of any problems. Mm-hmm. Getting a craving for a Baby Ruth. Yeah. Greatest country in the world where you pay the highest tax and can't enjoy your beaches. Who doesn't drop a deuce at the beach while taking a swim? Well, yeah, Rumpler wouldn't lie about shit levels. Dana West, a federal worker visiting Rehoboth Beach, recalled an instance earlier this year where dozens of members of a vacationing party experienced gastrointestinal issues. The symptoms occurred after they went on a snorkeling excursion, an activity that increased the likelihood of swallowing seawater off the coast of Isla Mujeres, Mexico. Wait a minute. So this happened in Mexico. Man, I'm confused. Rehoboth Beach, if I'm not mistaken, is where Biden used to always go hang out. Right? Yeah. That's where Biden always went to hang out. Mm-hmm. It was an unpleasant experience. He doesn't want to repeat it this weekend. Okay. And generally don't have any concerns about the level of fecal bacteria, said while visiting, admiring Rehoboth shores. Assume local authorities will tell us if they're higher levels. Yeah. So fecal bacteria at those levels can cause illness in 32 out of every 1,000 swimmers. Yeah. Yeah. 3 nautical miles into the ocean, untreated human waste may be discharged. Yeah. They're supposed to be 3 miles offshore. But, a lot of it could be too, like we've had this problem where I'm at in Florida where boats, people are living on their boats and they're just dumping, they have what's called a macerator and ejection pump, and they're supposed to go out. If they don't get it pumped out to, if you don't go to a place and get it pumped out, they're supposed to go out about far, 3 miles out or whatever and dump it. But a lot of people don't do it, and causes problems. So, and then I want to just, this is a little palate cleanser. This is going to say life in America 40 to 100 plus years ago. This was Los Angeles in the 1950s. All right. This is what not Los Angeles in the 1950s looked like. I don't know if the music's going to get me. I guess I'm going to have to leave the music off. I don't want to get popped for the music. But look at this. This is Los Angeles in the 1950s. This is crazy. Look at this. I don't see any shit on the street. I don't see anyone breaking windows. No spray paint. Right? Nobody's sleeping on the streets. See people smoking pipes. Everyone wearing hats and stuff. That's crazy, right? In 1954, an average American family could afford a detached house and a private car, relying solely on the income from a single factory job at Ford. This is what Baltimore looked like in the 1920s. Huh. That's what Baltimore looked like. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was told that everybody was racist back then. And there's clearly a black man instructing these two white fellows how to box. So how could they be racist if they're all hanging out? Nobody's doing anything. It's just all hanging out. Oh, that's crazy. Look at that. It's clearly a black gentleman teaching them how to box. Doesn't look very racist to me. Teenagers at a party in Tulsa in 1947. This is a teenage party in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1947. Wow. New York City on Easter Sunday in 1929. I just showed a video from the 1950s in LA. I mean, look at this. This is New York. New York City. New York City? I don't see any graffiti. I don't hear any gunshots. I don't see anybody running. I don't even see any cops. Have you seen a cop anywhere? No cops. This is crazy. Yeah, assimilated people. Looks awesome. Back in 1947, a homemaker displayed all the groceries she bought for the week, spending only $12.50. That amount covered meals for herself, her husband, their twin preschoolers, and even the family cat. Adjusted for inflation, it's equivalent to approximately $166 in 2025. So this is all the food she bought for the week. All right, she's got a couple of things of celery there. She got some radishes. You got some margarine, oleo margarine. Oh God, my grandma used to love oleo margarine. Man. Dems would say it's a soup line. Your mom taught the neighborhood how to box. She had 3 brothers who were Golden Gloves. Look at that. What else is there? What else is there? She got 3 dozen eggs. She got 3 loaves of bread, a thing of sugar, and this is the meat. They didn't eat as much meat back then, I don't think, because look at that. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 packages of meat. Got some Ralston, whatever that is, Mueller's egg noodles, some canned goods, Bush's beans. Look at that stuff. Why? That's a lot of salt. Them 2 packages of salt. I wonder what all that salt is for. That's a lot of salt and a lot of margarine for a week. U.S. Navy sailors cool off with a swim besides their aircraft carrier using torpedo nets to keep sharks away. Wow. When look at how big an aircraft carrier is, a lot of people don't realize how big they are. They're huge. They are huge. This was not a big carrier. This was an old carrier. So look at them climbing up the chains. Look at that. Wonder how many in the Navy today could actually do any of that stuff. This is what grocery stores used to look like. All glass bottles, no plastic in sight. Look at that. I remember those days. Yeah. I didn't never like these tiny bottles, those shorties. I didn't like those short bottles. That's what I was wondering. Maybe pickling. I see the video Brandon Herrera posted. No. Mother Pepione isn't on. You want to send it to me on Twitter? If you send it to me in DM on Twitter, I'll grab it. Yep. I remember those bottles. I didn't like those short bottles. The short stubby bottles. I didn't like them. I don't know. Just never liked them. American football in the 1940s. Look at this. I know this isn't news. This is just like a little mid-break. This was like a little break after the shit story about the people shitting in the beaches. I thought I would play this about how America used to be. In 1946, a new car cost around $1,125. The average income for an American family was $2,600. The federal minimum wage was 40 cents. The average home in America in 1946 was $51.50. A movie ticket in 1946 was 55 cents, and a first-class U.S. postage was 3 cents. Wow. Now, I mean, look at this guy. Just you got the harlot sitting there with her like short top on and stuff, and with her leg kicked up. And is that a gay guy? And the woman? Yeah, 5,000 plus people on a modern aircraft carrier more than living in a town. Yep. It's really not that long ago. Yeah, you could buy a brand new Mustang for 2,200. Yeah, in 1963 or 64, I think, or whatever, somewhere around there, a brand new Corvette was like 3,200 bucks or something. Set. Okay, I'll pull it up. In 72, you bought a new Malibu for $2K. That Malibu would be sweet today, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. All right. All right, so it's about the Minnesota shooting. I think, do I have anything about the Minnesota shooting in the stack here? Anyway, all right, well, I'll play that when this is done. I'll play the Brennan Herrera thing. We'll just do so in America in the 1980s. Here's America in the 80s. America in the 80s. Wow. Huh. I'm noticing some things here. I'm doing some noticing. Windows on the of the World, a restaurant on top of the former World Trade Center. Yes, this place doesn't exist anymore because it got knocked down by terrorists. World Trade Center. The Blackfeet Indians arriving in New York City in 1927. At the 1904 World Fair in St. Louis, the floral parade of all nations featured gondolas gliding through the man-made lagoons. This is in St. Louis, by the way. This is St. Louis. This is St. Louis, Missouri, right here. Look at that. You don't like the AI? What video was AI? Do you think that video of the Indians was AI? I don't think that was AI. I don't think this was AI. This is just an old video. This is from 1927. Yeah, this is an old video. It was probably taken with a hand crank camera. New Orleans in the 1920s. Wow. Let's look at New Orleans in the 1920s. Wow. New Orleans in the 1920s. Well, they could have colorized it. They've been colorizing a lot of videos of Allegan News. I mean, I don't know. It was on October 21st, 1927, a delegation of 35 Blackfeet members, men, women, and children, visited City Hall to ceremonially adopt Mayor James J. Walker. The tribal leaders bestowed his name upon him. Akakitopi, meaning Big Chief Many Rider. Mm-hmm. So fake, color still fake. Okay. Joe says color videos existed in the 30s. Okay. Well, I don't know. Look at this, man. This is crazy. Look at this. Woo. Look at them bananas. Look at them nanners. That's a lot of nanners. Gas prices in the 1970s. Well, this was before the crisis. Look at it. What is it? Is that a Nova? 48 cents for unleaded, 49 cents for premium. She's wearing a shirt that says Foxy. With big old bell-bottom jeans. Fifth Avenue. We saw this video already. Stop recycling stuff. JFK on the physical fitness of the American youth in 1962.
There is nothing, I think, more unfortunate than to have soft, chubby, fat-looking children who go to watch their school play basketball every Saturday and regard that as their week's exercise. I hope that all of you will join, and everybody in the United States, to make sure that our children participate fully in a vigorous and adventurous life which is possible for them in this very rich country of ours. There is nothing, I think.
An automobile leap show in 1922. Oh, wow, look at this. You're going to show a car do a jump. Look at this. Wow. That was the first. That was the first attempt at the Bo and Luke Duke show. Big Chief Many Rider is Haktua's new channel. Oh, you got me. You got me with that one. That's a good one. Was that my first car? No, my first car was actually a Buick Grand National. Was my first car. Let me adjust the banner down $2 to 1888. Wait a minute. Now it's 1888. 1888 is the dealio. Shooting in Bakersfield today, right now. Shooting in Bakersfield. Called him Turbo Jim. No, you know, it. I could say. Well, technically, Gina West YW, a Buick Regal is actually the same exact car as a Grand National. It's just they took a Buick Regal and they put a supercharged motor in it and called it the Grand National. That's all. That's all it was. Same car. Yeah, 888. They got me hanging with the Yemens. These Germans are coming. This is summer in Atlantic City, 1908. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, look at them. 1908, summer of 1908, at the beach, just chilling at the beach. Thanks for reading till the end. All right. Now this there's another one. Yeah. It was the same. All they did was put a supercharged motor in it, and they called it the Grand National. That's all. It's a Buick Regal. All it was. And actually, I think all they did was they just put a supercharger on the existing motor that was in it, the existing 6-cylinder, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was. It was a fast car right up until I hit a deer going about 120, 94 going into Michigan, and ripped the whole bottom off of it. Feminism full circle completion. New sex for rent agreements become popular in Canada. Yes, this is where Jim lurches us back to the insane reality. This is slowly getting us there. Yes, it was my fault. And the deer, not the car. No, it was, but that was the end of that car. that was the end of that car. And then I got him. After that, I got a Mustang 5.0. But I like the Mustang. I thought it was actually faster than the Grand National. But that's called prostitution, not rent payment. Yeah, well, you know what the thing is, though, isn't it? If you agree to, if you live with somebody and your exchange is sex for a place to live, wouldn't that kind of just be the same as being married or being in a relationship where you're, live-in relationship type of thing? I don't understand. This is like weird feminism full circle. Landlords are the modern kings. Apartments are the modern harems. Canada is out of control. Sex for rent ads are popping up across the country, exploiting vulnerable renters amid the housing crisis. Landlords on Kijiji and Facebook openly targeting people, and enforcement almost non-existent. Not the same as being married. That's literally as prostitution. Kind of like what I'm saying though is I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not saying it's good. What I'm saying is this is feminists who are like, oh, we don't need no man, we don't need to be married, we can do all this stuff on our own. And now they're like, well, hey, we can't afford our rent, so let's go be with a man and have sex with him for a place to stay. It's like you could actually be in a relationship with a man and live in a house together with a man and have a husband and wife with a house or whatever. And I don't know. I'm just saying I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm just saying that it seems kind of like this is an attack on the whole feminism things that you don't need no man type of thing. Hey, 150 people here watching on YouTube. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe and come on back. Yeah, I keep digging. I'm digging deeper, ain't I? The oldest profession becomes newer every day. Because here in America, you can find these ads on Craigslist titled free rent in exchange for whatever, mostly sex. Yeah. Good part is you can euthanize in Canada after landlords look like kingpin landlord. Yeah. This is Canada has made all our things are possible when you discard life like that. Yeah. Yeah. Rolling in my 5.0, rag top down so my hair can't blow. The girlie's on standby, waiting just to say hi. Did you stop? No, I just drove by. Kept on, pursuing to the next block. Must have left, and I'm headed to the next stop. Block was dead, y'all, so I headed to A1A. Beachfront Avenue. Girls were hot, wearing less than bikinis. Rockman lovers, driving Lamborghinis. We're jealous, because I'm out getting mine. Jay with the gauge, I'm with the 9. Sex for rent. The housing crisis gets creepy in Canada. Hey, friend, grab a coffee. Let's chat about something wild that's been bubbling up in the news. You know how the housing market's been a total mess lately, especially for students? Somehow, Dan, I don't believe that sounded cool. I'm just glad that my face was covered the whole time so I can deny that it was me. There's a thing called sex for rent. It's exactly as sketchy as it sounds. Imagine scrolling Facebook Marketplace for a cheap room and stumbling on a listing that's like, free bed, but you gotta sleep with me. Yeah, it's real. It's targeting vulnerable folks. Like international students caught in the crutch. Let's unpack this because it's equal parts infuriating and fascinating. The creep factor. How common is this? When rent becomes a creepy bargain, the sex for rent surge in Ireland. What's happening all over? Picture this. You're a 20-something student. Maybe new to Canada, juggling tuition and a part-time gig. Desperate for a place to crash. You hit up Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, and there it is, an ad offering free rent with some vague wink-wink wording like special arrangement or fun roommate wanted. CBC Marketplace team dove into the cesspool recently, and what did they find? It's not a one-off. They sniffed out dozens of these ads, often aimed at young women, especially international students who might not know the system or their rights. Yeah, it's all over the U.S. too. I know. I'm just saying it's a thing. It's like stats are fuzzy because surprise creeps don't exactly advertise their crimes in neon lights. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Jim always performs well under pressure. Yes. That is the song for the beat of Ice Ice Baby is Under Pressure by Queen. Isn't this basically what a sugar daddy is? Yeah, pretty much. But this is a little different because a sugar daddy is someone who just gives them money and stuff like that, and then whatever. But this is more of like a place to live. So I don't know if it's just rent an apartment or if it's a room in a home, or I'm not sure. Not sure. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Check your DMs. This is Canada's new landlords. Oh, I think I just saw that. I'll pull it up right now. In 50 years, they'll visit this time thinking they're quaint, or hopefully be horrified. Probably horrified. Trading sex for things, though, other than currency, isn't illegal. I think there's some laws against coercion, though. Like they could say that you coerced them into it. You took advantage of them. So 1688, isn't that the 1688? Isn't that the project that they're always talking about? 1688 project, or is that 1468 or 1488? I don't know. Anyway, but pandering, yeah, it's pandering. Yeah. 1619. Okay, I knew it was something. You need a splendid daddy with a large bank account, no benefits, just hand over the money. Yeah. I get you. Let's see here. Okay. I don't know how to. I guess I could do this. There's no way for me to pull this up. It won't let me pull it up. I can't pull it up, Allegan, without doxing your name. So I don't know if you want me to do that. I saw the picture, but I can't. If I pull it up, it's going to show your name on Twitter. I don't want to do that without your permission. So I can pull it up, but I don't want to show your name unless you're okay with that. So if you tell me you're okay with your name coming up, then I'll pull it up. Otherwise, I don't want to do that. Okay, you don't care? All right. All right, there we go. So there it is. He says, landlord in Canada, kingpin when you can trade sex for rent. You see, remember that from the movie Kingpin? Yeah, there it is. With today's lawyers, any of this shit will be overlooked and allowed. Probably. But so the stats are fuzzy because creeps don't exactly advertise. Advocates in Canada housing crisis, rents up 9.7% last year. It's fuel on the fire, predators see desperation and pounce. It's pipeline exploitation, think coercion, trauma, even sex trafficking. Well, I mean, I'm kind of torn on this because if a woman is perfectly fine with using her body to get money, like there's tons of people, like there's different levels, different gradations, which you got, the OnlyFans, Fansleys, different stuff, strippers, escorts, prostitutes, sugar babies, all this different shit going on these days. So if a woman decides that, that her landlord is somebody that she wouldn't mind sleeping with, and just, hey, I'll sleep with you for free rent, it's not my business to get involved in it. I think it's perfectly up to them to deal with. So I don't, but if it's somebody that's getting preyed upon, I don't want people to get preyed upon. But the investigations show this isn't some fringe hustle. It's a calculated play exploiting platforms that don't only catch the subtle. Gene says, do whores bear and raise your children? Do they cook and clean and arrange your schedule? Are they someone you can rely on? No, on all counts. It sounds like you ought to never get wet. Definitely not. Whores don't do that. Whores just, you have sex with whores and then you pay them to leave. That's what you do. You don't pay the whore for sex. You pay them to leave. Here's my take. The boldness is what gets me. These guys aren't whispering it in dark alleys. They're posting it on sites. And someone needs the law's response is tough enough. In Canada, this isn't gray area stuff. It's straight up illegal. Soliciting sex for housing falls under laws against sexual exploitation and human trafficking. The criminal code doesn't mess around on this, and yet enforcement spotty at best. Brampton counselor told Marketplace is spiking as rent soars, but catching these slime balls is tricky. They're slippery with wording, and victims don't often report out of shame or fear. Maybe maybe they need a place to live, and they don't want to say anything. So I don't know. Advocates are screaming for more, better platform moderation. So these women, people are screaming and say, no, we don't want to have. So they just want a free place to live because they don't want to pay for the room. They don't have the money. I don't get it. Yeah. Prostitution being illegal is not okay. Leave it to our country to say, no, your body, your choice until COVID, but okay if you can profit off of it. Yeah. So, yeah, they get a garage to park their car in too. So, who's really screwed? Zoom in for a second. It's about this isn't just about pervy landlords. It's a symptom. Housing so brutal that predators can't weaponize it. International students often on tight visas and budgets are prime targets. Flagged there are disproportionately hit. Women's shelters and anti-trafficking groups say trauma lingers and the system's not great at catching them before it's too late. Yeah, I don't know. Here's where I get opinionated. We're failing the vulnerable big time. If you're a student choosing between this or the street, it's not a choice. It's a trap. The government's tossing billions in housing plans, but slow molasses. Meanwhile, all these ads are neon signs screaming, fix this now. I mean, if a woman is willing, if anybody, a person is willing to do this, I don't see why it's the government's responsibility to step in the way of them. I thought it was empowering. Wait a minute. I thought all the left was all that this is empowering and it's women's liberation and they could be sluts and all this stuff. It's just perfectly fine. It's all about being women. It's all about being, powerful women, strong women. And, they have the choice and that sex work is real work. Remember they were chanting all that stuff? But what is it? What is it? Anyway, so and this is not a new story. They keep recirculating this. Current Affairs wrote this back in 2021. Effing landlords, they're the worst, especially if you're a young woman. During the early dark days of the pandemic, and amid an ever-ending worry of how to pay my rent, I regularly browse Craigslist to see lasting rent offers across the U.S. It appears a young woman like me, laid back in mind, there are plenty of cheap, semi-decent looking rooms across the country for a staggering low cost, i.e. free. Each of the title free to females or free rent for female students. Just a few common details. Description of the house or room available, ranging from private annexes to shared beds. A few indistinct details about the landlord. I'm a nice guy. Extra bonuses, access to car, phone, contract. There's just one condition required. I would have to F the landlord. Well, I can't say I'm particularly enamored with the thought of sleeping with my current landlord. No offense, Tim, yet it would quiet the ongoing angst every month as I pay over 50% of my monthly income for my less than impressive 4 walls and a bed. Best case scenario here would be a free room and tolerable sex, but the worst case scenario is imaginably horrific. Over the course of the pandemic, I came across a host of articles reporting the rise of landlords requesting those in need of a room pay with sex in lieu of rent in cities including London, New York, Honolulu, and New Delhi. This is not unique. Reports have been appearing all over the past 5 years, shedding light on an unsettling feature of the perennial discussed global crisis. The rise in these articles, the section in lieu of rent, highlights the way in which housing crisis infiltrated the lives of previously secure and housed, white, university-educated, middle-class women. The reality, however, is that the poor, socially marginalized, have suffered from insecure housing for a very long time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that's going on. All right. Here we got another story of a proud woman. I knew I wanted to get the story. So tennis star Karolina Muchova halts U.S. Open match in tears after spotting her ex in the crowd. So this is a tennis match with 10,000, 20,000 people in attendance, and she sees her ex-boyfriend in the crowd watching tennis. I mean, is he not allowed to go to tennis matches anymore because he dated her? And he shows up where he shouldn't be. So he's not allowed to go to tennis matches because he was stupid enough to stick his dick inside of her. I mean, that's the bottom line. Mm-hmm. New market app is opening up in Mobby. We have a new rideshare app. It's now home share. Yeah. But look at, she's looking, Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hysterical. Mm-hmm. Tennis star Karolina Muchova halts U.S. Open match in tears after spotting exit crowd. He shows up where he shouldn't be. Czech tennis ace Karolina Muchova broke down in tears at the U.S. Open last week when she spotted an ex-boyfriend she said shows up at places he shouldn't be in the stands during her match. The world's number 13 player was serving down 1-4 against Sorona Cristia on Thursday when she suddenly froze, gestured towards the crowd, grabbed a towel to wipe her face. She apologized to the chair umpire for the delay before resuming play through tears. Well, it wasn't tennis related, Muchova later explained in Czech at her post-match press conference. Big. Opposite my bench, my ex-boyfriend sat down. He sometimes shows up at places he shouldn't be. That startled me a bit. I told him to leave. He didn't, but later he did go. It was hard to focus in that moment, according to a translation first published by The Athletic. Despite the disruption and being visibly shaken, the 28-year-old semifinalist regrouped to win the match. Tournament rules allow players to block certain individuals from obtaining tickets or credentials. Muchova has not made such a request. Wait a minute, so they can block people from showing up? Talk about a bunch of pansies, the tennis industry. Oh, my God. Yeah. Yeah. Another strong female showing us the way. Mm-hmm. And maybe this guy is a very big fan of female tennis. I don't know. 2 days later, after beating fellow Czech, she tried to move on. Yeah, I'm all right. I didn't make any report and everything. What was the report going to be? That he went to a tennis match? And unless this guy did something and like she has an order of protection or there's some kind of restraining order or there was abuse and she made reports, this is all bullshit. Asked if she's confident such incidents won't happen again. I mean, who knows, right? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, what would she do if it was her landlord in the crowd? Wait, who is this? The Czech umpire. Oh, look at the chair umpire. Oh, my God. Who's that? J.B. Pritzker's cousin? The unsettling scene is the latest pattern of women tennis players being disrupted by unwanted faces in the crowd. Holy shit. Just get rid of the sport. The sport has to go away. You don't exist. Go fucking cry somewhere else. Unsettling scene is the latest pattern of women's tennis players being disrupted by unwanted faces in the crowd. At Wimbledon in July, Britain's Emma Rakondo burst into tears when she recognized a man who harassed her earlier in Dubai and had been issued a restraining order to stay away from her. He was later banned from all England club ticket ballot. In that match, Rakondo was playing Muchova. Rakondo later admitted she couldn't see the ball through the tears and could barely breathe after spotting the man mid-match. Yeah. Player safety is a critical element. Okay, they're on the tennis court, surrounded by other people, security and stuff. So how are they not safe? You're really proving that you're weak, very weak. Yes, very weak. That they're afraid of somebody in the stands on a map. I mean, look at the amount of people in the stands. Still, experts say the sport is especially vulnerable. Why are they vulnerable? Why is sport especially vulnerable? Because they're women? Is that why? You put individually precociousness, you put individuality, precociousness, attractiveness, and visibility together, and women tennis is a perfect storm for fixated individuals. But what does precociousness mean? The most infamous troubling moment on the court occurred in 93 when 19-year-old Monica Seles was stabbed in the back by a deranged fan during a match in Hamburg after she never fully returned to dominance she once had. Yeah. Martina Hingis, a teenage prodigy, has spoken out about men who follow her from hotel to hotel during the height of her career. 2011, a man who called himself Serena Williams' husband also was arrested after attempting to gain access to her Florida home, sparking tighter personal security measures around the 23-time Grand Slam champion. Yeah, but see, you're taking things that are actually crimes and linking them to a guy who was in the stands. You know? Wow, 72 people watching on X. That's crazy. It's the most it's ever been. Makova, a two-time U.S. Open semifinalist, is trying to put her own unsettling episode behind her as she heads into a fourth-round clash with number 27 seed Marta Kutsuk on Monday. Yeah, so stabbing happened 20-plus years ago. They're bringing up now, and then this thing that happened at what's-her-face's house. I mean, how is that relevant to this girl who got her feels in a bunch because some guy was in the stand she used to date? Unless there's some other stuff going on there. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. All right. Well, now this next story coming up is basically, that meme? The meme with Jason Bateman, and I can't know the guy's name, but he's been in a bunch of stuff. He was in Office Space. He was the guy, Lumberg, who said, I need those TPS reports. That guy, they're sitting there, and it's the movie Dodgeball. And he goes, oh, that's a bold plan, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him. This is it right here. Who has a TRO? The woman has a TRO? It didn't say that in any of the stories. Yeah. You're saying that this tennis player, ex-boyfriend, she has a TRO against him? You started watching Mobland today? Okay, so far. It really heats up. Mobland really gets going, and it ends, and you're like, when it ends, the last episode, you're like, when's the next season? Hey, we've been going 3.5 hours. What do you know? We got about an hour and a half left. Wait. No. No, this woman didn't have a restraining order against that guy. The other woman had a restraining order against the person. That was the different person. That was the person that the woman came from Dubai, that something happened in Dubai. That was a different person. It's not this lady that the story was about. That was a different lady. But that was the Wimbledon chick. The episode did have one. Yeah, the chick in the Wimbledon had a restraining order. Not this chick at the U.S. Open. There was no restraining order. So, no, it says Mexico's first elected Supreme Court faces critical test of independence. So basically, Mexico decided to hold an election for their entire judiciary, their Supreme Court, and every judge, over 2,600 judges elected by the people. And they think somehow that's going to be better. I don't know. But anyway, there is one thing I need to do, though. I need to check something, really. Hold on. So, no, okay. We are $16.88 away from another additional hour. We have 30 minutes to go to get that $16.88. Otherwise, the show's going to end. All right. At 4 hours. And I have to do something real quick. I have to shut off Instagram and I'm going to shut off X too, because why not? But Instagram, you have to stop at, because they, at 4 hours, they cut it off anyway. So they're going to block it out. So let me do this. Let me say goodbye to Instagram and X. If you're on those, come on over to, Brian Oldecamp decided that we're going another hour. But anyway, let me do this. Goodbye to X, goodbye to Instagram. Come on over to YouTube or Rumble or Facebook if you want to continue watching. And come on back for Jim to tell you the news. All right. Brian Olenkamp comes in with 10 Jim Tells You memberships. And at $4 a piece, that is $40. So that takes us into the next. Let's see who got those. Kevin Prestaro got a gifted membership. Jeff O'Malley, Critical Thinking, Jay Santiago, Dr. Ben's Comics and News Reviews, Karen Mason. Hey, BTM Reviews got a gifted membership. Eric R. got a gifted membership. Good Logic got a gifted membership from Brian Oldenkamp. What do you know? Jana Bell got a gifted membership. Brian to the rescue. Definitely. Thank you very, very much. Some idiot in Bakersfield race a train and wait for it. Brian to the rescue. Yeah, nice gift, Brian. Thanks. All right, so let me do this. So that's $40. So we're going to do... okay. Yeah, I hate that I have to do this, but I have to do this because I have to do... So we're now at 51.88 for a fourth additional hour. So we got at least another hour and a half to go now. Hey, Lisa, how you doing? 8-Bit Gamer, what's going on? Good Logic. Well, he streamed with me on Wednesday for my birthday, and then I think he streamed Thursday. Not sure, but he doesn't stream on Friday, from Fridays and Saturdays because of the Sabbath, Shabbat. So 8-Bit Gamer, how you doing? Hardy is so good at bad guy. Didn't watch him in Taboo? If not, excellent. Yeah. I don't think he's really a bad guy in Mobland, though. I really don't. I think he's just a, what they call a one of those. What's the word I'm looking for? Let's see something here. Are we at the? Are we at the? Are we at the? We are 12 members away now from hitting 200 members and doing members only live stream. 12 members away, 12 memberships away. So we should probably hit that in the next couple days, I would think. So yeah, so Mexico's first elected Supreme Court faces a critical test of independence. Hey, Schnorm, how you doing? You're on a business trip? Good to see you're still doing the nightlies. Yeah, I'm trying. What's that guy dressed up in? Mexico's first elected Supreme Court will be seated on Monday, and observers will be watching closely to see whether it will assert its independence from the governing party that held the country's first judicial elections. Just 3 of its 9 justices have any experience on the High Court. The rest are new, including the court's president, Hugo Aguilar, a lawyer who spent his career defending indigenous rights. The idea of judicial elections came from Mexico's former president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who frequently clashed with judges who challenged his agenda. He said judges elected by the people would be more accountable and less corrupt. So if your laws change at the whims of the voters like that, you don't really have a country. You just have tyranny of the majority. Critics say electing judges risks politicizing the judiciary. That's like calling Dexter not a beloved bad guy. I guess, but I don't know. I mean, maybe he's a bad guy. The election was supposed to be not. But then again, you know what? You're right. I guess because in Peaky Blinders, Tom Hardy played Alfie Solomon, who's kind of a bad guy, and I don't know. But anyway, the election was supposed to be nonpartisan, but there were instances of voting pamphlets being distributed that identified candidates linked to the governing party. Many voters were simply overwhelmed by the 7,700 candidates vying for more than these 2,600 judicial positions. So that's right. Hey, Cool Frog, thanks for raiding the screen. That's awesome. Thank you very much. So you see that? So there was 2,600 judicial positions. They held elections, and they voted in every single judge. Holy crap. It's about to get retarded in Mexico. The new Supreme Court, however, will receive special attention. It's been the counterweight at times to the popular López Obrador, whose Morena party also now holds majorities in both chambers of Congress. If the court wants to ensure its independence, it cannot rule in a partisan manner simply to support the government's position, said Juanita Gobertes, Americans Director for Human Rights Watch. It must base its positions on law. The court has nearly 1,400 pending cases. Here are some that stand out. It's an issue that has brought broad international criticism to Mexico. López Obrador expanded the crimes for which someone is automatically jailed pending trial, including for some nonviolent crime. The policy appears to violate international treaties which Mexico is signed. Thank you, Cool Frog. Oh, a girl got mad at Ape Gaynor for telling her to get married before she's out of her 20s. The UN High Commission for Human Rights said the International American Court on Human Rights are among the bodies that have called for Mexico to repeal the policy. Mexican government says it's a necessary tool to take criminal activity and protect judges. In a country where cases can drag on for years without the trial reaching a conclusion, and only 1 in 5 of those charges are convicted. So only 1 in 5 people charged with crimes are actually convicted in Mexico. That's like way opposite here in the U.S. Critics say the policy violates their rights. 4 out of every 10 people in Mexican prisons has not been convicted, according to the federal and state penitentiary census. The previous court declined to take up in its final days. While the previous court made historic rulings in 2021 and 2023 to expand access to abortion, that's all the leftists ever cared about was killing babies. The new court will likely have to weigh in on challenges to the state that still have abortions on the books as crime in their penal codes. The court's 2023 ruling invalidated all federal criminal penalties, saying they were unconstitutional violations of women's human rights. However, under Mexico's legal system, the ruling did not apply to state statutes, which must be challenged state by state. Ana Cardenas, director of justice projects in Mexico for the World Justice Project, said that uncertainty will prevail about whether the new court will preserve the same line of legal reasoning of recent years on the issue until the justices take up the cases. Previous courts have handed down decisions expanding transgender rights, for example, by ruling that civil registry offices must allow transgender people to change their gender on their birth certificates through an administrative procedure without going before a judge. The court extended that right to children in 2022, but according to Human Rights Watch, only 7 of Mexico's 32 states allow children to modify their identity documents to reflect their self-perceived gender identity. 2023, Mexico's governing party rammed changes to the laws governing mining sector through Congress with little to no debate. The changes include reducing the maximum length of concessions from 50 to 30 years and punishing speculation about allowing authorities to cancel concessions if no work is done on them within 2 years. The mining industry, much of it foreign, has drawn complaints because of ecological damage, speculation, and the fact that communities around the mines remain among the poorest in Mexico. Yes. Make sure you hit that like and smash the hello button. So that's Mexico. Basically AP, same thing. Mexico's first elected Supreme Court faces test of independence. So we'll see what they do. Then there's this news, which I thought was very interesting. Mexico announces a 50% tariff on Chinese imports. Bans shoes and small packages. New tariffs target Chinese imports. Shoe and parcel bans aim to curb unfair competition. Mexico's government plans to impose a 50% tariff on imports from China as part of its 2026 budget proposal, aiming to protect domestic manufacturers while responding to U.S. pressure, Bloomberg reported on Wednesday. The levy would apply to a wide range of products, including cars, textiles, and plastics. Mexico imports more than $51.4 billion in Chinese goods last year, nearly 20% of its total imports, according to government data. The Trump administration had accused Mexico of serving as a backdoor for Chinese goods to enter the U.S. and avoid American tariffs. Mexico officials have denied the allegations. President Claudia Kleinbaum did not address the tariff proposal during her daily news conference Thursday. The U.S. and Mexico recently extended an existing trade deal for 90 days, keeping a 25% tariff rate on Mexican goods in place instead of increasing it to 30% under the Trump administration's global reciprocal tariff policy. In a separate move, Mexico announced Thursday an immediate ban on finished footwear imports, citing unfair competition that hurt its domestic shoe industry. Finished footwear can no longer be imported in domestic Mexico temporarily because it is damaging that industry. Economy Secretary Marcelo Ebrard said the suspension, he added, will strengthen local production and safeguard jobs in key regions. Mexico also said Wednesday it would suspend small package shipments to the U.S. through its postal service ahead of Washington's ending a tariff exemption for low-value imports. Known as the de minimis exception, the rule allows packages worth less than $800 to enter the U.S. duty-free. The change, which takes effect Friday, is expected to hit China-based e-commerce platforms such as Shein and Temu, which have relied on the exception to ship products directly to American consumers. Several European postal services have already made similar moves. What's the tariff on fentanyl? I don't know. Oh, well, thanks, Fog666. I hope you check it out and see if you like it. And here's another person saying why Mexico will raise tariffs on China. Claudia Scheinbaum. Under pressure from the United States, Mexico will raise tariffs on Chinese products. The increase will primarily affect automobiles. U.S. trade war against nearly the entire world is having a cascading effect. The Mexican government is poised to increase tariffs on Chinese products in an upcoming 2026 budget. This move, which could also affect other Asian countries, came as specific requests from U.S. President Donald Trump. There is no official details on the proposal will be presented to Congress in September, but Bloomberg reported the increase will primarily affect imports of automobiles, textiles, and plastics. Currently, imported Chinese vehicles face a 20% tariff, but compared to 100% American tariffs already imposed by Joe Biden, they are negligible. Mexican Congress will have to authorize Claudia Sheinbaum's administration's plan, but it should be nearly automatic step, considering the president party, along with its allies, control 2/3 majority in both chambers. As the South China Morning Post points out, the increase, if it goes through, would mark one of Mexico's most drastic trade shifts in recent years. Cha-ching, told you it was about Trump. Maybe. As Beijing has come under strong criticism, Foreign Ministry spokesman Gao Jiateng reiterated that the country firmly opposes measures taken under duress to restrict China and undermine its legitimate rights and interests under any pretext. American pressure on Mexico. For months, the United States has been pressuring Mexico to increase tariffs on China. This has created a common, almost unified front on trade and production, especially against Beijing. The idea is a so-called Fortress North America, linking Washington to Mexico City and Ottawa. Except that the first countries Trump targeted with tariffs were Mexico and Canada. The U.S. accusations that many Chinese products destined for Mexico then entered the U.S. Trump has already targeted the issue during his second election campaign, pointing the finger at Chinese automakers building factories and plants in Mexico close to the U.S. border. These companies were attracted by economic benefits of the U.S., but intended to use Mexico as a base for exports to the U.S. Hey, Vince Olshov, how you doing? Sunday, Monday. Good to see you. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The U.S. pressure, for example, led to the virtual cancellation of China's BYD multi-million-dollar project to build a giant electric vehicle factory. The step back came in July, motivated precisely by geopolitical issues that have a significant impact on the industries. The decision to halt or rather to officially postpone indefinitely BYD's plan confirms and underscores the global trend of clean tech supply chains fracturing along geopolitical fault lines. It adds that Asia-Pacific companies are now navigating competing blocks. Mexico, amid protests from local manufacturers, had become the world's leading destination for Chinese vehicles in recent years. But overall, Mexico's imports from China exceeded 51 billion last year, representing nearly a fifth of all Mexican imports from abroad. These are enormous numbers, which could now significantly change with a possible increase in tariffs. On to the next story. Obama and Brennan thought they would be slick and get away with initiating a coup against the president by mobilizing foreign agents and governments to do the initial spying. This is where Brennan comes in and why he is panicking. The fraudulent investigation was then passed off to the Comey FBI to get FISA warrants and try to leverage the entire DOJ to go after Trump and his advisors. They thought they committed the perfect crime and would never get caught because of the other governments and their agents being involved. They were wrong.
Convict someone, we would name them and shame them. And that seems to be largely what's guiding them here, no?
That seems to be the intention, which is to damage individuals. You can damage them reputationally, you can damage them financially, professionally, and so on. And so by putting out these investigations or making these referrals or whatever, it does a lot of damage already, even if it never goes to trial or doesn't go to a conviction or whatever. And that's the intent. And unfortunately, Donald Trump, who, President of the United States, has tremendous authority and ability to use the instruments of governance. When I was watching that cabinet meeting this week, it was absolutely nauseating that all these individuals who are fawning over him, but are so willing to be manipulated and be exploited by him. And you're talking about the Attorney General of the United States, the Department of Justice, that is supposed to be the institution that's going to represent the laws and liberties and freedoms of this country to make sure that they are going to be protected. And so, again, it's very unfortunate that Donald Trump has been able to do this, much different than in his first term, because in his first term, he had people who were willing to push back. This time,
wow. That's crazy. Congress wants answers. That's right. The Honorable William J. Burns, Director of Central Intelligence Agency. Dear Director Burns, the Committee on the Judiciary, its select subcommittee. Let me open this in a new tab so I can make it bigger. There we go. Oh, wait, I can read it. Well, hey, hold on. Where are we at here? So, already went. Where's Grip says he's only a mod on 2 channels. Would you like to be a mod on 3, Grip? Because I would gladly make you a mod in my Rumble channel if you'd like to be a mod. If I can remember how to do it. I'm just kidding. I know how to do it. I think that's how his name is spelled. Let me look. Grip RJW. Okay, 1 second. That's the only problem. There you go. It says it may take up to 10 minutes for it to propagate off the system, so we'll see. But, okay. The Committee on the Judiciary and Select Subcommittee on Weaponization of the Federal Government and the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence are conducting oversight into a new report that the United States Intelligence Community, IC, including the Central Intelligence Agency, illegally mobilized foreign intelligence agencies to target the Trump campaign advisors long before the summer of 2016. You have 5 feeds to watch over at Patriot Nudes? Oh. What is this? Go to Jim Tells You stream, watch. I don't know what that is. What? What? What is this? Oh, I'm watching it right now. What are you doing? Why are you having me go to my own stream? That's weird. Why would you post that in here, Norm? What are you doing? Being weird. I forgot. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. Somebody sent me that video of Brennan Herrera, and I did not watch it. We got distracted. I got totally distracted. I'm going to pull that up. I totally forgot. I screwed up. I totally forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. Oh my God. Where's it at? Hold on. I totally forgot about this. I got to watch this. Actually, thought I had some more about the shooter. Maybe I'll wait for that. Where's the shooter stuff? Giuliani? No. No. All right. Anyway, there's a video. I'm gonna try to hold it. I'm trying to hold it. And as soon as I get a chance. Jim missed your comment just before that. Law, what comment? You're doing your job as a mod. You're posting the stream in the mod channel. I don't understand. You're yeah, but you're posting it in my own. Ay. I'm so confused. So confused. I'm losing it here. Anyway, I'm losing it here. All right. It was a joke. I thought you were posting a link that you wanted me to watch something, so I pulled it up. That's all. FBI's official story: the Crossfire hurricane began in July 2016 after an Australian diplomat claimed the Trump campaign foreign policy advisor suggested Russia could assist the Trump campaign with damaging information. However, the new reporting alleges that the IC used foreign government entities to surveil the Trump campaign and attempt to damage then candidate Trump. There you go. Everyone knew that. We all knew this stuff. The allegations placed the CIA, and particularly President Obama's CIA Director John Brennan, once again at the center of the campaign's weaponization of the IC against American citizens. Love the, never mind. Love the show. All right. Yeah. Congress wants answers. Yes. Right here, and it says, oh no, John Brennan's complaining that MSNBC, his reputation and financials are being negatively impacted by allegations of betraying the Republic from DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, and President Trump. I think this is the same video, though, isn't it?
To damage individuals.
Yeah, it's the same video. John Brennan's complaining that MSNBC, his reputation and financial being negatively impact. Oh, shucks, that's the least of your concerns. Look at him. He's angry. John Brennan is complaining to MSNBC that his reputation and financials are being negatively impacted by allegations of treason. How the Taliban Brennan, how that's lawfare karma tasting. After all, it's bullshit. You Obama crapper and others pulled against Trump in his first term. Brennan is now playing the victim. I think his reputation and finances are in the toilet over treason allegations against him. Should I cry now or later? Mm-hmm. Trader John Brennan is on MSDNC and is in a manic mood. He's trying to tout his knowledge about the war between Russia and Ukraine, but he's seemingly distracted right now. Wonder what his treasonous fuck's mind's on. What's he wondering about? He's distracted. He's worried.
Director under President Obama, now MSNBC senior intelligence analyst. Okay, Russian propaganda TV is Russian propaganda TV, but to me, it's interesting because it's like, what is the point of this meeting, really? What do you think is the best outcome and the worst outcome of this meeting?
Well, the best outcome is if no damage occurs as a result of this meeting. I think that's the best outcome. The worst outcome is that Donald Trump is going to continue to concede to Vladimir Putin concessions as far as the Ukraine conflict is concerned. I mean, let's face it. Vladimir Putin is an international pariah. He's been indicted by the Criminal Court of Justice for war crimes. And here he's been given a real benefit of coming to the United States, to Alaska, to meet with the President of the United States. And the President of the United States has also, sent signals that he's willing to make concessions on behalf of Ukraine, talking about the need to trade territory. And so we're really concerned that there's been so little preparation for this. I know they've talked about, with the past several months, they've been thinking about this a lot. But I think Donald Trump, by his own admission, says he's going to be listening to what Vladimir Putin has to say. And, talking to people who know Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, and especially the Europeans, and I've been to Europe several times over the past several months, most recently last month, they're very concerned that Trump is really getting outplayed by a master strategist on the international scene. And they see Donald Trump as a real amateur. He has no experience in international diplomacy. And Vladimir Putin is a former KGB officer, an intelligence officer, and very, very clever and cunning in terms of how he deals with other foreign leaders. So I think there's great concern. But also what I heard recently in Europe, which was different, you can never trust what Vladimir Putin is going to say or do. He may commit to a ceasefire and then violate it the following day. But this is the first time I've heard from the Europeans. They can't trust what they are hearing from the United States. Given the mercurial nature of Donald Trump and his commitment one day to some path or some policy, only to change course the following week. So they don't know whether or not, if there's going to be security guarantees that the Trump administration will give to Ukraine, whether or not, in fact, he's going to commit to those guarantees in the years to come.
Which is a very horrible place for the United States to be in the world, to state the obvious. I mean, I think.
Wow. That is just crazy, crazy, crazy going on there. A lot of crazy. Why is he not arrested already? Is General Mike Flynn wants to know. And how could anyone trust this crook? This sounds like crazy, but I'm actually shocked at the pathetic display by Psaki. No pushback, weak. And we got another one here. This is Howard Kurtz, who's a straight up Democrat pretending to be whatever, Howard Kurtz defends John Bolton, Chris Christie, George Soros, and son, and Democrat Governor Wes Moore, implying that they're only being scrutinized or investigated because they're Trump's political opponents. He's actually worse than what you find on CNN. He is. This guy is horrible. He's always been a Trump hater. It's brutal.
Many of Donald Trump's political opponents are finding that themselves under investigation or the president calling for one. Trump was attacked. He has attacked, John Bolton, his fired national security advisor, in the days before the FBI raided his home. When Chris Christie renewed his harsh criticism of the president, Trump brought up the 2013 Bridgegate scandal, the closing of lanes on the George Washington Bridge, in which the governor was never charged and two of his top aides had their convictions overturned. Chris refused to take responsibility for these criminal acts. For the sake of justice, perhaps we should start looking at that very serious situation again. Here's another one involving a Democratic donor and activist George Soros, whose organization has been taken over by his son. Trump. George Soros and his wonderful radical left son should be charged with RICO because of their support of violent protests and much more all throughout the United States of America. Be careful. We're watching you. And after Maryland Governor Wes Moore bumped into the president at a football game, saying he was working with Republicans to rebuild the collapsed Key Bridge, the president said this: I gave Wes Moore a lot of money to fix his demolished bridge. I will now have to rethink that decision? ? Robbie, I think that particular threat against Wes Moore is the most egregious case, because who would be hurt if the bridge repair funds were actually withheld?
Oh. Why is it taking so long to rebuild the bridge? I mean, Governor DeSantis rebuilt a bridge that was destroyed in a hurricane here in Florida, like super fast. Don't watch Fox on the weekend. Really bad, worse than weekdays, which are bad too. But this guy is a real tool. Trump said it best. Time for Howie Kurtz to retire. Yeah. Every woke anchor in the business, people that no one watched from CNN, MSDNC, and the others are plastered all over his show with all really negative and fake statements. And then I'm weakly defended by Howie and his group, although Ben Dominich has been strong. The case Howie makes for me is so pathetic. It would be a lot better if he didn't say anything. Anyway, that's the way it is. Here we got this. CNN is under intense scrutiny after anchor Breonna Keeler blatantly lied on air, claiming that only 3 mass shooters have been identified as trans since 2020, with people demanding a retraction from both her and the network. Yeah, remember, Soros spelled backwards is Soros.
You know, 96% of attackers when you're looking at the U.S. Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center, looking at 172 mass attacks in the U.S. between 2016 and 2020, 96% were non-trans men. So I know you're focusing on this shooter being trans. The shooter was trans, and that is certainly of note. But are you missing the bigger picture here?
Wait.
When you zero in on that.
So she's saying that 4% only were trans. And they're saying that 4% of the U.S. are trans? I thought it was 0.01% of the people were trans. Wouldn't that be a wildly disproportionate number of shooters?
Instead of more broadly these school shooters as an epidemic, and you perhaps miss the through line that connects them all.
Thanks, Joe. See you again.
Well, no, because your facts obfuscate two things. You are using data based upon the predominant gun violence, which is gang-on-gang violence with zero ideological content. If you remove all of that, the gang violence on the streets of Chicago, LA, Detroit, then you come down to a much smaller data set. So it's like those who say, you know, gun violence in America causes so many deaths, and then fail to note that the majority of the stats they are using refer to also suicides by gun, which of course is not what we are talking about here today. So let's concentrate on mass shootings at schools, specifically Christian or Catholic schools. Then the data set is wholly different. So don't conflate different data sets just to make a political point. There was an ideological content to this attack. That's what terrorism is. It's not because somebody didn't get the drug deal they wanted. It is an ideological message, whether it was anti-Israel, as in this case, whether it targeted President Trump in its rhetoric, as we saw on one of the magazines written by the perpetrator on that YouTube video, or whether we saw the fact that it was anti-Christian and targeting children. That has nothing to do with gang violence. Let's not mix the two things up.
So let's narrow it down then, because by CNN's count, when you look at 32 school shootings since 2020, in which you have 4 or more people who have been killed. So these are the larger school shootings. Only 3 of 32 of those shootings were committed by transgender shooters.
That's still 10%.
Yeah, forgive me if I don't go with CNN stats, okay? CNN has proven itself to be wholly inaccurate in all kinds of things for the last 10 years, perpetrators of the Russia hoax, and that we didn't have an open border. So please forgive me if I don't take your stats for granted.
All right, it's simple math. 2 of 32
No, it's
shootings.
not. It's distortions. You are distorting the facts. Let me be clear. In just a couple of years, we have seen 7 mass shootings involving people of transgender nature or who are confused in their gender. 7
I saw what
in
you
just
tweeted.
the last couple of years.
I see
That
your
is
list of 7.
inordinately high. So
I see your
please,
list of 7. 2 of them
I'm
are
going to stick. I'm going to see.
Sebastian and
I'm going to
Mr.
stick
Gorka.
with the facts and not
Okay.
not CNN's pseudo facts.
We can't stick with your facts because they're not accurate. In fact, in two of them, one of
No,
the ones you quoted,
let's
there's
talk about
in one of the ones that
reputation
you
for
in,
accuracy.
in one of the ones in which you posted, there was no evidence that
CNN's
he was trans.
Right.
In another, the individual was
didn't
known
quote-
within
I
his
didn't- I
family by
didn't- I didn't
male
give it-
pronouns and
see?
used anti-LGBT
You have an agenda.
rhetoric. No, well, let me ask you this. You've made it clear.
Yeah. hmm There is a pattern. There is a pattern. Denver school shooter number 1, Devon Erickson, identified as trans. Uvalde school shooter Salvador Ramos, trans, unconfirmed. Georgia shooter Colt Gray, trans, unconfirmed. Iowa shooter Dylan Butler, identified as gender fluid. Philadelphia shooter Kimberly Carricker, identified as trans. Colorado Springs shooter Anderson Lee Aldrich, identified as non-binary. Nashville shooter Audrey Hale, identified as trans. Aberdeen shooter Snatchia Mosley, identified as trans. Denver school shooter number 2, Mayak Alec McKinney, identified as trans. Okay. And then there's this Denver school shooter. Denver school shooter trans, Aberdeen shooter trans, Nashville shooter trans, Georgia shooter trans, Philadelphia shooter trans, Iowa shooter gender fluid, Uvalde shooter trans, Colorado shooter trans, Minnesota shooter trans. But rednecks with AR-15s are the problem. Vigilant Fox, Breonna Keller thought she had Sebastian Gorka cornered. Just my imagination. Yeah, well. Luckily, only about 100,000 people saw this live. Well. Instead, she got steamrolled with the facts. Gorka said the quiet part out loud about transgender school shooter epidemic and the anti-Christian ideology that's fueling it. He dropped a hammer. Forgive me if I don't go with CNN stats, okay? CNN has proven itself to be wholly inaccurate. By the end, he even called her out for creating live fake news to her face, leaving CNN's narrative in flames. Watch CNN. What CNN thought would happen and what happens were directly at odds with one another. When anchor Breonna Keller sat down with an interview with Trump's senior director for counterterrorism, Sebastian Gorka, she didn't see the headlights of a locomotive coming straight for her. Her foot was caught between the tracks. The topic, the recent shooting at the Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Another data point on the rising curve, violence committed by unhinged transgender shooters, once again targeting Christians. And immediately went in the direction no one at CNN wanted it to go. Gorka said the quiet part out loud live about transgender shooting epidemic on their own network. Not only that, he called out the anti-Christian ideology fueling these attacks. Gorka began unraveling of the narrative. We have to put this incident in the broader context of what we've been witnessing. First, the transgender part. In the last few years, more than half a dozen attacks of very similar variety among individuals who are confused about their gender, to put it mildly. Wait, so we saw this. We just saw this. I'm not going to read what we just saw.
We're hearing the Minneapolis Police Department saying Friday that authorities have been in contact with the shooter's parents. What are they telling them? What is being learned from the parents?
Well, it would not be responsible of me to reveal what is happening in an ongoing investigation, but we have to put this incident into the broader context of what we've witnessed in just the last few years. More than half a dozen attacks of a similar variety involving individuals who are confused about their gender,
Yeah, people who are confused about their gender.
put it mildly. And then, as you mentioned at the top of your monologue, we have the videos, we have the statements from the dead shooter that were clearly anti-Christian, just as with the transgender attack on the Nashville Christian school in which more children were killed. There is an ideological connection to multiple of these attacks where innocent children, especially Christians and Catholics, are targeted, and that is very, very disturbing.
I don't. You have.
Yeah, very disturbing. Keller, with the network talking points in hand, wasn't about to let the truth come to the surface. trying to steer the conversation back to CNN-friendly territory. Okay, let me ask you this: about 96% of the attackers, when you look, it doesn't work though. Before you get to the next clip, if you're not following, you missed out. Hit the bell. Okay, Vigilant Fox. It's a precise. When the second segment exploded, it went off the rails, if you will. Kaler's still fighting to preserve her network's narrative. Said so. Let's break it down because CNN's count. There's 32 school shootings since 2020, in which we have 4 more people killed. So these aren't larger school shootings. Only 3 of the 32 shootings were committed by transgender shooters. CNN's given broken facts, and Keller tried to regain control. All right, simple math, 2 out of 30. See, then she just changed. She went from 3 out of 32. She had 3 out of 32 were trans up here, and then she changed it to 2 out of 32. So which is it? McCormick didn't let her finish. No, it's not. You're distorting the facts. In a couple of years, we've had 7 mass shootings involving people of transgender nature or confused in their gender. 7 in just the last couple of years, and that's inordinately high. I'm going to stick with the facts, not CNN pseudo-facts. Yeah. Remember, wasn't quite finished, though. When Keller got to twist the knife, putting the words in Gorka's mouth, tried to put words directly into Gorka's mouth, he didn't let it slide. Well, you asked me this. You made it clear you're not going to change. You think transgender people are the problem here. So what specifically do you think should be done? Paul, when did I say that? When did I say that, Brianna? You just created live. You created 5 fake news. Oh, did we not see that? We not see this part? We not watch this?
No, well, let me ask you this. You've made it clear, and this is not going to change. You think transgender people are the problem here. So what specifically do you think should be done?
No. When did I say that?
You clearly think
when did I say that,
you
Brianna?
think it's a pattern? You've tweeted about it.
You just created live fake news. You just did it right in front of the
Gorka,
small
what do you
viewership
think should be done here? You have zeroed in on the fact on what you see is a problem, what you claim is a problem. What do you want to do about it? What do you want to do about this problem you see?
I have noticed a disturbing. Do you think it's a problem that individuals are targeting little children at Catholic schools? Do you think that's something we should ignore?
Of course, I think that's a problem.
Thank you. So what we should do is we should look at the early warning signals, the signs. One of these shooters at a recent school shooting had 24 interactions with the local law enforcement. Now, that beggars belief. We should be providing off-ramps. We should be providing mental health options for these individuals. I find it hard to believe that an individual goes from getting his mother to sign a change of name certificate age 17, and then just a handful of years later is mowing down innocent children in a church pew during a Catholic mass, and nobody realized there was a problem. That's what we have to address to save the next children from the next atrocity. It's not about the sexual proclivities of the individual. It's the fact that nobody seems to notice a very disturbing pattern towards violence. You don't wake up one morning saying, I'm going to do a video on YouTube threatening to kill the president, targeting Jews, targeting children. That doesn't happen overnight. Somebody saw that degradation. Somebody saw those mental issues and said nothing. That's what we have to prevent. The early warning signals must be addressed if children's lives are to be saved.
Oh, okay. I agree with that. The final moments were all too revealing. Keller is still grasping her narrative to ask Gorka to follow up. And what about all the non-trans school shooters? This was a mistake because Gorka's entire point applies to all shooters. It's the opposite of what the left always demands after mass shootings, gun control. Instead, Gorka made it clear the problem isn't the weapon, it's the person pulling the trigger. All right. It backfired. Gorka was ready. Let's see. I'd rather hear him say it than me read it. I'd rather hear him say it than me read it.
And what about all the non-trans school shooters?
What about all the same thing happens? They have multiple interactions with authorities, with their schools, with the principals. Why is something not being done? Instead of blaming an inanimate object, which is the weapon, how about addressing the human being instead and giving them aid, giving them psychological support, giving them an off-ramp? That's what needs to happen. We need to stop the violence before it occurs.
To that point, DHS cut funding to the Minnesota Department of Safety and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office in July that is the kind of funding that's used to assess and manage mass violence threats like these. Was that a mistake, and should it be reinstated?
The same state of Minnesota that actually enacted gun-free zones that we know this killer actually favored in his manifesto, in his videos. He studied the Aurora shooters policy of looking for sites where individuals were not allowed to legally carry and protect themselves. So I'd start not with the policies coming out of a Department of Homeland Security that gets the threat. I was with Governor Noem just a few days ago, and I'd concentrate on those municipalities and those governors like Tim Walz who do what? Disarm honest citizens who could protect lives and save lives. Let's start there.
Ah, suck it. All right. Now, before we go to the next story, there is a video from Brennan Herrera that someone sent me to watch, and he's going to address the shooter. So we're going to, and I'm going to speed it up a little because he talks a little slow, I think, last I checked.
Going to be a departure from the normal educational or funny content you're used to, because I have to address a very serious topic. I wasn't going to talk about this originally because I didn't really want to give any more attention to this topic than there needed to be. But after learning more about the situation and processing some things, I thought it was important that I speak up in my own words and clear some things up definitively. I will say that I've been doing YouTube for over 10 years now, and this is the first thing in my entire career that, speaking candidly, has kind of fucked me up. For those who have no idea what I'm talking about, let me catch you up. On August 27th, at time of recording less than a day ago, a deranged biologically male nutjob tried to go end the lives of innocent children at a Catholic school mass. This is one of the most heinous and indefensible acts I can think of, killing innocent children at their place of worship. He did end up taking the lives of a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old, as well as injuring 17 others, predominantly, again, mostly innocent children. This is obviously horrific and a clearly targeted hate crime. But the reason I'm coming to you in this video is that I was specifically mentioned by name. In the psychotic ramblings that the shooter released before he went out to go do what he did, he specifically mentions me by full name several times, including a push to vote for Brandon for president. When I first found out about this,
you ever heard of Brennan Herrera, the HA guy?
Real. And then I listened to the video, and when I heard it with my own 2 ears, I got fucking sick to my stomach. I'm going to go ahead and say it now, and I would like to think this goes without saying, but again, I want to leave zero fucking wiggle room for interpretation. I condemn every part of this to the deepest extent of my fucking soul.
Hold on, who you?
It is unreal to think about this level of evil being carried out by somebody who even knows my fucking name. He goes on to say that apparently we met at SHOT Show in Las Vegas, and that we talked and that we agreed on a lot of things, which I want to make abundantly clear right out the gate. I do not believe that that happened. Now, if you're unfamiliar, SHOT Show is one of the biggest weapons conventions in the world. It's industry only. It's not something the average person can really go to. Like, it's not as easy as just like showing up and buying tickets. Like, it's not a gun show. It's an industry trade show, and every year me and my friends will do like a meet and greet or something like that at booths of companies that we work with. Fans from the industry who are already there at SHOT Show come up and take pictures. It's very normal, and for the most part, the community is incredibly respectful. I meet hundreds, if not thousands, of people there every year, and I have no control over who these people are. But I can legitimately put my hand on a Bible and say, I have zero recollection of ever meeting this creep. I asked my friends who were also there, and they had no recollection. And believe me, this is the kind of person that would stand out at SHOT Show. NSSF, the organization that runs SHOT Show, has actually released a statement as well, saying that they have no record of this person ever having attended SHOT Show. So right out the gate, the evidence points to this claim of having met and talked with me is likely made up. But ultimately, I can't prove that he met me. I also can't prove that he didn't. But God's honest truth is I have no memory of this person. One thing's for sure is I don't believe for a fucking moment there's a lot that me and this fucking psycho would agree on. He goes on to write a bunch of stuff about like killing Trump, and mentions iDubbbz and Ethan Klein indirectly, bands that he liked, shit like that. And I obviously don't think they have anything to do with this either. It reminds me a lot of that Christchurch shooting where the shooter said, subscribe to PewDiePie before, on his stream, before going out and targeting that mosque. I remember feeling really bad for Pewds when that all went down. And I never thought in a million years it would happen to me, but here we are. Now, there's all sorts of theories on the internet. One of them is that this was somebody who was clearly left-leaning, who was attempting to slander me. intentionally damage my reputation, but to be honest, there's no fucking way to tell. You also may have noticed I have not said this fucker's name in this entire video. I've already made it a personal point. I have not said that name, and I will never say that fucking name. I refuse to make these pieces of shit famous, and I really wish the media would follow suit. And on that note, that's actually the last of the attention I'm going to be giving to this deranged piece of shit's words, because I have something far more important to talk about, which is how we can together help the people that he hurt. I've seen firsthand how communities can be rocked by something like this, and I've already personally committed to helping, and I'm hoping that I can help leverage my audience, you guys, so that together we can be a force for good to help the families, the school, and everybody affected. Because at the end of the day, I believe that you all out there watching this video are good. I believe that we're a force for good. And I invite you to join me in not letting the actions of some deranged psycho stop us from doing good. I'm working with some people in law enforcement right now at time of recording to figure out the best places that we can help support these communities to where the help and the funds that we send them actually go to the places they need to go. So when I figure that out, links will be in the description, and that is where I will be personally donating as well. Aside from the physical, tangible, or financial help, I also recommend you keep these people in your prayers. And if that's not your thing, please just keep them in mind or reach out and let the community know that you support them. I wish we were talking about anything else today, but I take some solace in the fact that despite this terrible tragedy, we're able to use this as an opportunity to do good and try to help those who really need it right now. So that's it. I just wanted to clarify those things, make sure there was no room for interpretation. I love you all. Thank you.
Oh, that was pretty cool. So, all right, then we'll jump into the next story. About Rudy Giuliani, but first, there was something else I needed to do. Where are we at here? Hold on. No. Ooh. All right. So Rudy Giuliani hospitalized after his vehicle was struck from behind at high speed. Ooh. Who are these disgusting people in the comments wish such horrible things on others? Leftists are truly demonic. Deeper in the story, who was responding to an incident of domestic stuff? Some random white beater called Rudy asking for advice, and Rudy, desperate to play law again, rushed to New Hampshire. I didn't know if that's actually what was said in there, but anyway. Who tried to kill him on that New Hampshire highway and why? Look at that. That's crazy. Why are you using a photo from San Diego? So this guy's using a photo from some other incident. Rudy Giuliani seriously injured in New Hampshire car wreck after helping domestic violence victim. So they're saying he went to go help some abuser, but it actually says he helped a victim of domestic violence. You know, I don't know why they can't just tell the truth. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani was seriously injured in a freak car accident in New Hampshire on Saturday night. Giuliani, 81, was hospitalized with fractured vertebrae and multiple cuts and bruises, including injuries specifically to his left arm and lower leg after his rented car was hit from behind. Rudy Giuliani was flagged down by a woman who was the victim of domestic violence prior to the accident. He rendered assistance and contacted 911, remaining on the scene until responding officers arrived to ensure her safety. So it seems people were trying to say, like, oh, some guy called him because he was a domestic abuser and he was just in New Hampshire and somebody flagged down the car. An accident occurred after he re-entered his vehicle, which was then hit from behind at high speed. The former mayor was a passenger in a Ford Bronco being driven by Theodore Goodman of Michigan at the time of roughly 10 p.m. crash. Police were responding to the domestic violence incident on Interstate 93. The Bronco was struck in the back by a Honda HR-V driven by 19-year-old Lauren Kemp of Concord. Both vehicles ended up barreling into the median, cops said. Giuliani, Goodman, and Kemp were all taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Rudy is 81 years old. Rudy is 81 years old. What's the name of the video on Brandon's channel? Hold on. I'll get you the link. Give me a second. I'll put the link in the chat for anyone who wants it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here's the link to Rudy Had a Driver. Here's the link to the Rudy video if you want it. I mean to the Brandon Herrera video. If you want to go there and get those things. It was called I Was Named in the Shooter's Manifesto was the name of the video. And he does link to this please help the victims here, and there's a campaign. I'll put that link in the chat also. This is the link to the campaign. This is the link to the campaign that he was talking about. I don't know why that. Well, it came up like that. It came up all weird in the chat, but anyway. No problem. No charges were filed. Ragusa said on X that no one knew it was Giuliani and the rental. I don't know. I'd have to wait and see about that. And then CBS News says the same thing. Rudy Giuliani hospitalized after his vehicle was struck from behind at a high speed. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to break down. Now we're on to the next story here. We're going to do this. You guys saw the satanic CDC dude, but today, disgruntled ex-CDC Dr. Dmitry Dashkalakis claims the firewall between science and ideology has broken down. On the right, public health means one person's idea of risk is another person's idea of a great festival or a Friday night. Definitely not ideological.
Firewall between science and ideology has completely broken down. I have been ready to do this when I felt that I hit the line. And I hit the line. I have been ready to do this when I felt that I hit the line. And I hit the line when both I didn't think that we were going to be able to present science in a way free of ideology, that the firewall between science and ideology has completely broken down. Testing stigma intentionally and making sure that we get the word out in a way that supports people's joy as opposed to, calling them risky. So I think, one of the things to think about is that, one person's idea of risk is another person's idea of a great festival or Friday night, for that matter. So we have to sort of embrace that with joy.
Mm-hmm. Doctors and scientists like him are why no one trusts the experts anymore. Literally a satanic pedophile. Yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy that was in charge of deciding what fucking vaccines your kids should get. Oh, hey, I never saw. Hey, Growy Bush 73, how you doing? The damage this man is doing by making himself the face of vaccinations is profound. Oh, you want to zoom in on that? Really? Really? You want to zoom in on this? All right. That's what you want. I don't know why you wanted that. That's gross, right? That was pretty gross. I don't know why. I don't know why you. It's a pentagram, of course. Yeah, it's a pentagram. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a really sick dude. This is a guy. What he did. Remember when he would put in charge like all the monkeypox stuff because like he's running around doing this crazy shit and basically said that we can't tell people not to go to these places that are going to get monkeypox because that's just, that's their lifestyle and having a good time. We just have to find other ways to deal with it. It's like, no, maybe tell people to stop having sex with dogs and you won't get monkeypox. I don't know. Because, that's the only thing that seemed to get monkeypox was dogs and gay men and some small boys. Yeah. We have yes, Vince, I agree. We need a vaccine to protect us from the likes of him. We have that vaccine. It usually comes in like 223 or 556. You don't get to prance around in satanic bondage gear and then lecture the American public on their health choices. Dimitri Deskakalakis fears RFK may change the hepatitis V vaccine recommendation for newborns. I predict that's what they're going to try to do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is what this clown gets to say.
I mean, from my vantage point as a doctor who's taken the Hippocratic Oath, I only see harm coming. I may be wrong, but based on what I'm seeing, based on what I've heard with the new members of the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, or ACIP, they're really moving in an ideologic direction where they want to see the undoing of vaccination. They do want to see the undoing of mRNA vaccination. They have a very specific target on COVID, but I do fear that they have other things that they are going to be working on. Hepatitis B vaccine is on the agenda for the meeting in September. I predict that what they're going to do is try to change the birth dose of hepatitis B vaccine so that kids don't get it when they're born. So if you have a mother who is welcome.
Why would a kid need to get a hepatitis vaccine when they're born? How are they going to get exposed to hepatitis?
Connected to care, you know her hepatitis B status, that may not matter very much. But if you have a mother who's not gone to prenatal care, who comes in to deliver, we have one bite at that apple so that child gets that important hepatitis B vaccine. I mean, from my vantage.
Hey, Dr. Demento, instead of giving newborns hepatitis B shots, why not just test the mothers to see if they even have hepatitis B? It's a simple blood test for hepatitis B. The mother doesn't have it. Why would the newborn need the vaccine? Mm-hmm. Yeah, kids don't need 84 vaccines before they turn 4. It's just sick. Yeah, and if a kid legit needs hepatitis B, the kid needs to be taken from the parents, definitely. Mm-hmm. Test the mother and done. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like Liz with TikTok says, I don't really give a shit what the satanic deviant freak has to say. Former CDC Immunization Chief Dimitri says he's concerned with the direction of the agency. Yeah, well, I'm concerned that this person right here was put in charge of anything that had to do with anything medical with our country. Mm-hmm. Catherine says, please stop with the satanic freak. I mean, look at this. Come on. The fact that this person had any roles whatsoever just shows what kind of delusional weirdos we had running our country for 4 years. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't get it. Yeah. What's the harm? He is the harm. This guy is the harm. This is the harm to our government. All right. On to the next story. Lisa Cook. Lisa Cook. If Lisa Cook is going to sit on the Federal Reserve Board and her job is to oversee Federal Reserve banks and implement monetary policy, supervise and regulate financial institutions, the least she could do is fill out a mortgage application properly. She should be held accountable. He was hired by Biden and Fauci and them during the monkeypox because he was an expert on monkeypox or expert on gay sex or something. The guy who was the head of nuclear got done for stealing suitcases. Yeah, that guy that was just stealing suitcases and got caught like wearing this woman's dress that was like a unique dress that she made herself, and he was caught with it. I can't remember the guy's name, but yeah, that was nuts. I mean, that's who they were hiring, and he's supposed to be in charge of nuclear safety or something. Like, hello.
Very quickly, I'm getting a wrap, but I have to ask about Lisa Cook, the Fed governor, who's now going to court tomorrow to try to stop her from getting fired. Even if that works, the question is the fact that the Fed is independent. I understand that. I get it. I understand it. And it may be the president. It sets a bad precedent for the president to interfere directly in this. However, she is still accountable, is she not? She now claims there was a clerical error that led her to do something with her mortgage that was totally forbidden, and that the Federal Reserve itself has written about as being one of the causal factors in the 2008 financial crisis.
Well, number one, she needs to be held accountable. This is not a clerical error. When you say that multiple residences are all your personal resident, what it allows you to do is put less money down on the second property.
Yeah.
So that clerical error was the difference between her having to put 3% down or 5% down, and if it's a second residence, having to put 20% down. That ain't a clerical error. That's how you actually end up fleecing and really flouting the standards for mortgage applications. If you're going to sit on the Federal Reserve Board and your primary job in part, obviously, is the monetary policy of the United States, but then also dealing with safety and soundness in the banking institutions all across the United States, the least you can do is fill out a mortgage application properly.
Well, particularly since the Fed is the one that's arguing that doing so endangers our entire mortgage system, the way we saw it go down in 2008 and 2009. Congressman Byron Donalds, good to see you, my friend. Thank you very much for being here.
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming up. Yeah, where are we at here? There's something I see a pattern amongst the deeper tone AGs, all with wonky stuff, money stuff. Yeah, it's all crazy, right? They're all doing some stuff. Where was the question I saw? The Fed is not independent. Yes. I mean, the Fed was created by Congress. It's part of the government. The Congress cannot create anything that's not part of the government. There's only 3 branches of government: legislative, judicial, executive. That's it. There's 3 doors. It's got to be in one of them doors. So if the Fed is not part of the judiciary, if they're not ruling on cases, and they're not part of the legislature because they're not passing laws, they have to be part of the executive. And our government is not set up in a way so that there's these parts of the government that are not accountable to the voters. Every part of government has to be accountable in some way to the voters. I mean, even the judiciary is accountable to the voters in so that no, the Fed is not private, Sanglate. You are 100% wrong. The government is not allowed to set up private organizations. It doesn't happen. It's part of the government. The president appoints the people on there. The Senate approves them. Our tax dollars fund their budget. Their entire remodeling of their building is funded by our tax dollars. It's no different. It's part of the government. It's part of the government. It's part of the government. It's the Federal Reserve. They tried to set it up and say that it wasn't, but Congress cannot set up something like this that's not part of the government. There's only 3 branches of government in the Constitution. Yeah, there is a shitload of Fruit Loops in our government. Mm-hmm. If she's not held accountable, then the rest of America should buy investment property as primary residence, save thousands of dollars every year. That's right. Mm-hmm. Lisa Cook's sorority sister says that treating mortgage fraud as a reason to fire public officials equals measures that silence black women. Yeah. Well, they killed the people against it by sinking the Titanic. Yeah. Yeah, Fruit Loops sound good right now. Maybe Apple Jacks. I don't know. Yeah, it's part of the executive branch. There is an org chart that the government puts out. You can look it up, the org chart, and it shows the Federal Reserve as under the executive branch. It's just Congress put in rules like that they think they can put in telling the president what he can do, and it can't really. Yeah, so see, it says Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated stands with Dr. Lisa D. Cook. And just for the record, so everyone knows, the judge, Judge Cobb, overseeing the case that she filed against President Trump about being fired, is also a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Was was one of her sorority sisters at the time, went to college with her. So she should recuse herself. The fact that she hasn't shows there's a problem. Lisa Cook was vetted and confirmed as uniquely qualified to serve in the federal Board of Governors. Undermining her role is not just about one individual. It's a threat to the independence of the Federal Reserve. It's not independent. It's part of the government. It carries grave economic implications. We also see a troubling pattern of efforts to discredit leaders and experts who are eminently qualified and prepared to lead and serve. Nobody should be leading us anywhere if they're not elected by us. We elect our leaders. They're not these special people that just get to rule over us. Those are called kings, and we don't have kings. We have a president that we voted for. So as a women's organization, a champion of justice, scholarship, and service for 112 years, Delta Sigma Theta unequivocally opposes any measures that silence Black women whose voices and leadership remain vital to the progress of our nation. Do they really, though? Really? Do they? Yeah, here's in 2019, Aaron Burnett wanted to make sure there was no way for Paul Manafort to escape the seriousness of the mortgage fraud charges. A lot of people don't remember. That's Robert Mueller, I'm sorry, went through hell trying to find anything he could to go after Trump's people. And the only thing he could find was some bullshit mortgage thing they said, it was way old against Paul Manafort, which had nothing to do with Russian collusion or anything, but they shackled him and put him in solitary confinement 23 hours out of the day for months on those charges. But yet this lady's just supposed to get away with it. It's 2025 mortgage fraud, really. This is CNN.
These New York charges, residential mortgage fraud, among them, one of the most serious. So he's looking at 1 to 3 years minimum, 8 to 25 years maximum. These are huge ranges, but those would be inescapable, right? There's nothing a president can do to pardon on a state charge. Mortgage fraud by public officials. Mortgage fraud. This is a specific charge, and it is Trump's new weapon being used against many enemies. A way to penalize, remove, perhaps even jail them. These New York charges, residential mortgage fraud, among them, one of the most serious. So he's.
You see the difference when it's somebody they like, it's no good. When it's somebody they don't like or a way to hurt Trump, it's like it's just hypocrisy. And then here's Roger Stone. Coincidence. Judge Giacob, who ruled incorrectly that Trump did not have the authority to deport, he said report, but he spelled it wrong, deport illegal immigrants, just happens to be assigned the lawsuit by fired Federal Reserve Board mortgage fraudster Lisa Cook, challenging Trump's authority to fire her. Yeah. Here's the judge. And Cobb and Cook just happen to totally coincidentally be members of the same Black women's college sorority. Conflict of interest. Fed Governor Lisa Cook and Judge Cobb are sorority sisters. The motto of Delta Sigma Theta sorority is intelligence is the torch of wisdom. Despite this, neither Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook nor Judge M. Cobb mentioned to anyone they were sorority sisters. Should either D.C. Clerk of Courts Angela Caesar should prove that there was an actual random selection, or her ass should be arrested and she should be in jail? It turns out too that this Angela D. Caesar, Clerk of the Courts for the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, is also a member of Delta Theta Sigma sorority. And something that I don't know if you guys noticed. Criminal judges need to be removed or reassigned. Did you know that the federal government, all right, this large, humongous federal government, do you know what the largest group demographic is that holds jobs in the federal government? Oh, Graper, I understand. I know what the Federal Reserve System is, and I know what the Federal Reserve Act is. What I'm saying is that Congress can't establish something. Congress can't establish something that's not inside the government. They can't just establish something that's like, They have to have, it has to be part of the government. There's only 3 branches of government. So which branch of the government does it fall into? Well, it falls into the executive branch because it's not passing laws. The Federal Reserve doesn't pass laws. It's not ruling on cases. It's administrative stuff. So executive branch administrates. That's what it is. I mean, that's just the bottom line. I mean, it's going to have to go to the Supreme Court. They might have fucked around now, and it's going to end up, who knows? Maybe the Supreme Court's going to look and go, hey, this Federal Reserve Act of 1913 is unconstitutional. I don't know. Yeah. Congress can't change the Constitution with a law, with a statute. That's what a convention is for, and that's what the Federal Reserve is under executive, under the president. Yeah, Congress has to, you know, they would have to pass a constitutional amendment to establish some other branch of government that doesn't exist. So, but anyway, yes. Well, blacks are not really represented in government jobs as they appear in the general population. Yes, but black women hold 40% of the jobs in the federal government. From, you know, clerks and all these other things. It's ridiculous. That's crazy. That's insane. And it's because of all the stuff that they had with all the hiring and the DEI bullshit. They just got the jobs. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And I'm saying, like, for the longest time, I just assumed that, like, what everyone told me, you know, like, oh, it's an independent thing. It was established. It's not, the Fed is not part of the government. Well, how did the government establish something that's not part of the government? You got to really start thinking about these things. I mean, there's all types of stuff that Congress passes laws all the time that are antithetical to the Constitution. I mean, the NFA is antithetical to the Constitution. The Gun Control Act of 68, antithetical to the Constitution. The Hughes Amendment, antithetical to the Constitution. All the crime bills in the 90s, antithetical to the Constitution. The Home Rule Act of DC, completely unconstitutional. The Constitution specifically says that can't happen, but yet Congress just said, we don't want to deal with, we don't, in the 70s, they said, we don't want to deal with it anymore. Let's give them some representation, because there was never supposed to be people living in DC. It was just supposed to be federal, you know, like offices and stuff. There wasn't supposed to be a population living in DC. It wasn't supposed to be a city. It was supposed to be a district, a federal district of federal buildings, federal control, you know. Yeah. Yeah. I hope they're dumb enough to push the Supreme Court too, and they rule it's unconstitutional. I really do. Yeah. Yeah. 6.5% of the population has 40% of government jobs. That's nuts. I mean, think about it. Go to DMV, what do you see? You go to any government office building, any courthouse, what do you see? I don't know. I don't know why. It just seems crazy. Well, if he can fire the Fed governors, which it actually says in the act that he can fire the Fed governors, he can also fire Jay Powell, the head of the Reserve, for cause, according to the act. You know, these people don't have lifetime jobs. In Georgia, they hold a lot of state jobs, and once a boyfriend gets into personnel, they only hire once a BF gets into personnel, they only hire other black females. Okay. Oh. How do they pass things knowing it violates the Constitution and Bill of Rights and sleep at night and face their constituents next day? They do it all the time, man. They've been doing it. I mean, the first major one goes, I mean, the income tax law, the Federal Reserve, you know, that was completely unconstitutional. I mean, a lot of the stuff, you know, a lot of stuff is unconstitutional. They do, you know. I mean, any gun law that the federal government passed is unconstitutional. I picked that up, but not boyfriend. Yeah, after I read it the second time. But, you know, CNN reports Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook claimed multiple primary residences in different states. That is Melanie fraud. Melanie fraud. As reporter notes, it's absurd to claim it was a clerical error, especially from a top financial expert. She's cooked. But yeah, this is CNN, and she's done.
There's some suspicious activity here that's really problematic by Lisa Cook. Let me just sort of try to bottom line it. There's 3 properties, okay? Within a 2-week stretch, she gets a mortgage on a place in Michigan and says that's her principal residence. 2 weeks later, she gets a mortgage on a place in Atlanta in Georgia and says that's her primary residence. And now there's a third place in Cambridge that she said was her secondary residence, but she's actually renting it out. Now, why would someone do all this? Because you get better interest rates, because you get better tax benefits. That can be worth tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thus far, and I find this really notable, in the briefs that have been submitted by Lisa Cook's lawyer, she was the plaintiff here. She filed the opening brief. No explanation of what she did, how this happened. There's some reference to maybe it's a clerical error. Today in court, Abby Lowell, very good lawyer, again, no explanation of how this happened. And the claim that this might be clerical error or just a mistake, that's not going to fly, because Lisa Cook is one of the most established, accomplished financial and economic experts in this country. And this is not just like any old person. Look, when you do a mortgage, there's all sorts of paperwork flying and terms, and maybe you can get confused or lost. I don't know if you're going to buy that from Lisa Cook. But the bottom line question, as Caitlin just said, is who has to show what here? I think that the allegations on their face could be enough for a judge to say, look, I'm going to defer to the president on cause.
Wow. Well, definitely they're going to defer to the president on cause, because it doesn't specify what the cause has to be. And maybe she meant it was her primary resident in the state. I'm sure she did. Yeah. Yeah. So see, now John Pulte says, now even the media admits the signatures are real. At this point, Lisa Cook is doing great damage to the institution of the Federal Reserve. Here's the matching signatures. They show it that she signed on all these different documents. It's her signature. Can't get around it. Yeah. Well, that could be for cause if she's, an idiot, but it's more going to be for cause because she broke the law and she committed mortgage fraud. And they don't have to prove it. They don't have to wait for her to be convicted, because the position, just the accusation is enough for her to be fired. We have this stuff. We're not going to, it could take years for her to go to court and get a conviction. So we're not going to let her be in charge of, let her be in charge of mortgage stuff while that happens. Mm-hmm. And the Supreme Court might be forced into stopping Democrat Fed Governor Lisa Cook from attending the upcoming Fed meeting where they decide on interest rates because of her mortgage fraud and firing by President Trump. Do you support this? Yes or no? Yes, I support it. Mm-hmm. James Fishback, who's been great on this, says, we are 19 days away from the September Fed meeting, and the Supreme Court may need to step in to block Lisa Cook from trying to show up and vote at that meeting. This is chaos and you expect from a third world African republic with a pegged currency. Lisa Cook's presence at the Fed as a credibly accused mortgage fraudster affects Fed's credibility far more than President Trump removing her for a legitimate reason. Yeah. Your family couldn't understand why you were apoplectic that the Washington state where you live passed a law requiring new gun ownership, requiring a permit and training. I kept saying shall not infringe. Yeah. I don't think, honestly, I don't think there should be any gun laws at all.
We are 19 days away from the September Fed meeting. And just think about this, Charles. The Supreme Court of the United States may need to step in to block this woman from trying to show up to vote. This is not how you conduct business in the most powerful economy in the world. This is like a third world African republic with a pegged currency that the central bank is coming in to sue the president, and the Supreme Court needs to get involved. This is precisely what Lisa Cook is trying to do. And let's be honest, this affects Fed credibility far more than the president of the United States removing her for a legitimate reason. We are 19 days away from the September Fed.
Mm-hmm. Third world chaos is where the president tries to encroach on the independence of the central bank. Oh, it's not independent. By holding people credibly accused of fraud accountable, the Fed has no credibility in enforcement action. Its own officials commit fraud. Yeah. CBS has been caught deceptively editing out DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's interview where she refers to Kilmar Abrigar Garcia as an illegal alien MS-13 gang member who was a wife beater and solicited nude photos from minors. The media covers for criminals. Even his fellow human traffickers told him to knock it off. He was so sick in what he was doing and how he was treating small children. He needs to never be in the United States, and our administration is making sure we're doing all we can to bring him to justice. So here, let's see what the...
And the one thing that we will continue to do is to make sure that he doesn't walk free in the United States of America. This individual was a known human smuggler, a MS-13 gang member, an individual who was a wife beater, and someone who was so perverted that he solicited nude photos from minors. And even his fellow human traffickers told him to knock it off. He was so sick in what he was doing and how he was treating small children. So he needs to never be in the United States of America. And our administration is making sure we're doing all that we can to bring him to justice. And the one thing that we will continue to do is to make sure that he doesn't walk free in the United States of America.
CBS editing out Kristi Noem's full statement on Kilmar Abrego Garcia proves media complicity in sanitizing criminal histories. ICE enforcement under Trump targets violent offenders like MS-13 affiliates. That's not deceptive, it's accountability. When DHS deports gang members with records of domestic abuse and predation, corporate media shouldn't whitewash their crimes to push open border narratives. The real deception, framing deportation of convicted criminals as controversial while ignoring victims. Every edited clip emboldens cartels and undermines border security. Hear, hear. Transparency matters. Expose the full truth, not selective sound bites. Holy crap, CNN edited out Kristi Noem's response and cut out the part where she described Abrego Garcia's MS-13 gang and trafficking activities. That's nuts. We already watched that, so I'm not going to do it again. You really don't hate them enough, the media. That's right. And this guy says CBS should be sued again. That's right. Sue them again. Yep. X alert, same thing. CBS busted deceptively editing Kristi Noem's response. And then Secretary Noem says, CBS edited my interview. This morning I joined CBS to report the facts. Instead, CBS shamefully edited the interview to whitewash the truth about MS-13 gang member and the threat he poses to American safety. Watch for the part of my interview that CBS tries to cover up. Yeah, even Mediaite says, shamefully edited. Kristi Noem posts her own version of the Abrego Garcia answer from Face the Nation interview. This is nuts, man. This is nuts that they're still doing this shit. CBS says, extended interview. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem on deportation. So after this all came up, they were forced to show the rest of the interview. Then ABC decides they're going to do. Did ABC splice two shots together? Watch Governor Westmore's head closely as he gets grilled for lying about getting your Bronze Star. It sure looks like he's talking while questions being asked. What do you think explains this?
You claiming you had a Bronze Star in 2006 when you were applying for a job. Why did you do that? You claiming you had a Bronze Star in 2006 when you were applying for a job.
Wow. So it just keeps happening and happening and happening. They just keep doing it and doing it and doing it. Well, I want to thank everybody who was here tonight. I got to take my dog out. It's been 5 hours, and we didn't hit the goal to get an extra hour. We were short by $55, and what were we short by? It's going to come up $51.88 for the next hour, and we didn't hit it. So I'm going to go ahead and just call it a night. And thank everybody. I'm going to send you on over to this guy, Pat Dixon. He talks about news and stuff and plays the piano and whatever. But I'll see you all again Monday night right here at 10 p.m. Eastern for Jim to tell you the news.